But it,
待って、ちょっと。なんかスリープに入ってね。
but okay, okay.
うん。
Tools function here.
うん。ちょっと、なんかスリープに入ってね。
So it's better to live stream from now. I think okay. We stream now. Tools function here. So it's better to live stream from now. Hello.
で、20人ぐらいが6になる。
ないよ。いらない。
写真撮るのだけつけるか。
It's just it's on the next card.
Yeah. Over there. So I think we.
Moderator also sit here.
Yeah. Moderator sit here. Then, そこが暗い。全部つければいい。あれどこいや。ああ。どこをつけるこれ。これでいくか。OK。完璧。で、ね。
So, that's it. いや、全然違う。なんか、似てるけど、有名人ですか？
かわいいね。
確かに、素晴らしい。先生に言われました。失敗してるよ。もったいない感じ。
どの先生があれなんですか？
なんかその、
ここには載ってます。
その先生。 なんだっけ。
慶応の方。
そう、慶応の人有名。
あ
そう、篠原先生有名らしい。結構相当有名だって聞いたんだよ。こんな感じでもほら、オートのバスの下に、もっと上にね、下なんか目立つし、そう、おかしいだろって、一番黄色と下にいてって、もう全然、だってすごいホームページかっこいいよ。
あ、本当ですか。今度見てみます。しかも今日いらっしゃるんです。
そうそう、なんかシュッとして、なんか新進気鋭のみたいな感じ。やばいやばい。もうね、もったいない。
先生いらっしゃらないから言えるけ
もったいない。
ど。もったいない。そしてもうこれだけで帰られる。
いやいや、もう知ってるよ。
Ai biết mở cái đèn không tại vì cái tối thì không mở phải mở hello.
This one,
Yeah,
I'm turn on.
the last one.
Last one.
Yes.
Okay.
How about this?
Wait.
The next.
Maybe this one. Turn on. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. This.
Well, but it's too.
Remember that?
The last. Okay. This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, turn on, and choose it here.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, I see there.
It might be seen. One account zero.
Only one.
Only one at the moment.
It's right.
Okay.
Only one.
Okay.
そうだよ。
This is めっちゃ楽な。
あ、
どうしたどうした
よかった。
You know, all of them can. Really good. You didn't leave this there. Yes, and I think they look at so, and I see that I thought you also really have even to go to the. Online online sẽ có online. Được cảm nhận đấy là anh chàng Phật. Tại vì giờ đứng ngoài xa đứng cái lưng của người ta đâu có thấy cái mặt, phải lên trên này đẹp xuống mới thấy mặt. Rồi anh chụp bên kia, bên kia người ta đứng cái đó sao chụp là đứng lên cả học. Đứng đây mới chụp mà, đứng đây mới chụp thấy cái ông tự nhiên luôn chứ.
あ、先生が会議室で一位。なります。ございます。失礼した。先生です。する控室はこちらのどっちかで。
どっちが誰が
あ、
マイクじゃで
別にいいですね。あ、
どうしよう。
なんか席順どうするの？一応入校。
そうなの？そうなんだよね。
đứng bên cho cái biển
By the way, if I email my link for 2 years, then change it. That's a little bit change.
Alo.
What do you think it may used to?
Hello.
I'm just the pastor's in front of us. It's like supposed to come in. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Which one? Beautiful side of the oh, I see. Yeah, just come back to the children. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. That's meeting. He's saying that we asked him, I Joe. Hi, that's right. I get from those very old time about that.
Oh! Nice to meet you. Welcome. Very welcome. Well, you know, we have a big, huge belly from Donbass. Size of station. Very nice singer. Yeah, and I have. Yes, I. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you again. Welcome. What was the you know, yeah. English for Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. This is the demo for you. Oh, very nice. Thank you for this. Fantastic. No, no, thank you very much. So come to this company.
Next time.
Completely different from here. Why, we will not change our curriculum. So, pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, right. So then I okay. I also come. Yeah, yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. レストは、これ、みんなここで待ってるね。いや、セカンさん。
Great, yeah, nice meeting you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you want to? That's really, really nice.
So you are education.
Yeah, the name, there's no way. We're gonna go after everyone and we start asking. Oh, like it's perfect.
Oh, okay, there are some secret. There are.
Yeah.
어제 사진을 거기서
오전에 동영상을 갔다가
なんかみんなこっち来るからさっき。
移動してこっちだった。
何か挨拶がなかなかみたいな。今度できるなと。あ、はい、はい、はい。うん。なるほど。DVD と、いや、もう、なんだろう。また、あと、なん、
そうそう。あ、
そうそう
そうそうそうそう。
Vâng. Khoan biết đi.
お茶配るの手伝ってあげてくれる？もう一本持って行って、一人で全部配るのかわいそうだから。ごめんね。
Close the door.
Yes, great.
Actually,
But also. Yeah, because it's not most.
Nós acho que conhece a vida dos sentidos. E que não, se que não conecta com isso. Tá bom, já bem. Hoje não vai ser muito pequeno. Esse tá bom. Esse tá bom. This is
何
AU or Joran.
Eh?
This is AU or Joran. AU come. Yes. So if AU come, you need to be. Yeah, so I should have.
The user.
Oran.
No, no, no. The agent.
AU. So you need to. Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
Do you?
No need.
No need.
Sorry.そうかなと思って。知らな
これはどういう状態ですか？
いや、僕はそうです。Yes, like you said. The Wi-Fi attendant. I'm going to
メールが送ったんですけど、もうメールが見えないんですね。
見えない。はい。
だからこれ写し方が後ろに映ってる。
とにかくあの人たちに幸せなこと。
Are you nervous?
No.
Rồi. Vậy cái rồi anh gửi email cho mình được. Phải phải. Mình biết. Hôm nay chúng ta nghe nhận được một. Em đây đây đây. With yes. Yeah, fine. I see. So making
Very good. Is your laptop?
no.
You already sent.
Yeah.
To which email? To whose email? That's quite translating. Do you have like the
ADMI?
HDMI to Type-C?
No.
No. Why do that? How the
They have
this is
yeah.
done, but this is HDMI.
Yeah. Đây cô cầm lên. Không đến đi. Các chuyên sạc lúc thôi đầy rồi.
なんか、あったんですか。なんかさっき藤原先生の話だと、ここで座ったまま喋るか、前に出て演題に喋るか、人に任せる。ことでいいですか。なんで、どうも、多分、
Chứ không ai đi đây. Không ai đi đâu. Cầm cái này đây. Đây là chắc.
少しの壁で何もしてないんだったら、
今反対
なんで、イス出して動かして、必要な時に使ってもらう。はい。これってあと、
もうゴールさんここ座れた方がいいです。
いや、多分パネルディスカッションってことで。別にもう、そっちの方が。
わかりました。じゃあ、椅子、
発砲ないあ、そう
That's my younger sister, Mia.
Oh, yeah, two sisters. Two daughters? Oh, yeah, I think I know Mia in the WPN stage. Yeah, so.
And this, the younger sister.
Oh, no. She's not. Oh, she's not. Oh, new way to express. Just like this. Yes, yeah, just one online, the rest was online. That's it. It's like there's like Q&A session. And we accept like we feel receive questions from online participants and from the do we? Okay. It's welcome.
そうですね。はい。うん。そうですね。動画の英語。さっきの。
Maybe said that.
So, we start for one second.
I connected to.
あ、一応あります。今までは大学祭でした。あ、ちょっと難しすぎます。
あ、これからあ、
何してる
あ、じゃあ、
開けてください。
あ、はいはい。
あ、後ろにあります、後ろに。これじゃあ、こういう。こういうね。
ありません。あ、そうしよう。出ました、出ました、大丈夫です。はいはいはい、出ました。はい。あ、いい。
あ、
Can reach.
これで足りなかったらもう一個持ってきます。
あ、
Around here.
But no,
Okay.
Run me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You connect. I need to share my slide by myself. Yeah, so everybody should have the right to share the screen. Yes. I'll change it. If you can give the light to everybody. Okay, so you're co-host or I'm host now?
You have the most.
Co-host.
Yeah.
And I try to give the light to everybody to share the screen, so it will be easier.
Yeah, yes.
So this one? Okay, already. Okay, good. I think.
これが、ね、持ってこないといけないんだけど。で、基礎ビル。あ、それでいいんだよ。違う、下に行っちゃったね。何が
この
そうそうそう。
選ぶやつを選んだの。中やのやつに。中やスクリーンを選んで。スクリーンオレンジ。上のオレンジ。そうそうそう。
これにも選ばれてるから。
あ、選ばれてるの
今、だから今、シェアされてる。
あ、そうか。
これを全画面にしてるんです。
あ、いい。
これでいいかな。
いいと。
Good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. We now begin one-day seminar, Global Technological Citizenship Education. First, we'd like to invite Dr. Ayami Nakaya, Vice Dean of the Graduate School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Hiroshima University, to give the opening remarks and provide a project overview.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today for the international seminar on global technological citizenship educations. A little long. Please remember, today you will hear often global technological citizenship education, so GTCE. GTCE. Do you remember?
Yeah.
May I check? GTCE. So my name is Ayami Nakaya from Hiroshima University, and it is a real pleasure to welcome you to this gathering of collaborators and students from all over the world. Thank you very much. And we are here to sharing the insights and reflect on our joint effort, collaborative research, and explore new directions for GTC educations. So first of all, I'd like to share today's program. And today's program is structured three parts. First, it is truly an honor to welcome Professor Shineha Sensei, ありがとうございます here as a keynote lecture today. So I have the deepest respect for his work. I bought your books. Later, please say. And thank you so much for being here again. He is a leading authority on ethical, legal, and social issues (LC) in National Science and Technology, and we aim to learn about the global trends in addressing these challenges and to receive comments from him on our research outcomes. And the next one, we will have the report from Fujiwara Sensei or overall, and also we have a country report from 6 universities across 5 countries, and sharing their experiences and implementing the GTCE curriculum. And finally, we will hold a panel discussion sessions titled Perspective for GTCE Across Borders, and featuring our speakers and Professor Eisuke Saito from Monash University and Dr. Varghese, very difficult pronunciation, so sorry, the university from India, and other doctors. And we look forward to rich exchange of ideas throughout the day until 4:30, I think. And to realize such educational practices, it is essential to engage young researchers here. Let's see my students and also Fujiwara Sensei's students. And from these students' dialogue with us, they will remain and keep our challenge to expand our challenges of the GTCE curriculum in their field. Okay. So, next one. To start this today's seminar, I would like to introduce our curriculum first. Actually, this seminar is a part of an ongoing international collaborations focused on developing and implementing of GTCE education, GTCE curriculum. And our goal is to foster citizens who can understand the social impact of technology and act ethically and responsibly with them. That is a definition of global technological citizenship. So we need to improve this kind of sense. And today we will be sharing the journey of now how this curriculum was implemented, and we will be discussing here where it might go next. And we believe that this kind of education requires interdisciplinary collaborations, and we are excited to continue that dialogue with all of you. And now move to the curriculum. So I just simplify to the explanations, the goals of the class. Goal of the classes. The goal is improving competency of global technological citizenship. Competency concept I will explain later. And this is a goal, participating in society as a member of the global community with an ethical sense to find a way to reconcile expectations and concerns about technology and the ability to drive appropriate ways for technology and humankind to coexist. I don't do my lecture, just show the goals first. And in this curriculum, we focus on the automated taking mobility innovations. The first one, develop value-oriented attitude toward enhancing social good and welfare and acquiring accurate knowledge and action-related knowledge, and be able to make rich communications based on the diverse opinion and values. So this is the concept and goals of this class. And this figure describes the elements of competency. I think for the engineer faculties, people don't know the concept of competency. This is a very much pedagogical concept of the curriculum development. So competency consists of the knowledge, skills, attitude, ethics. That is our components and elements of competence, and each of them we create our content elements of the knowledge, and we call it dictionary of the competency. So I will show it later. And those four components are developed or studied, learned by students in the lecture style, traditional style, and also dialectic risk communication activity. So through these communications, they can improve the global technological citizenship. And first part, related knowledge, we teach the ambiguity of technology. These are merit and demerit or risks. And next, Professor Fujiwara always explain knowledge about the autonomous vehicles, driving level, and what kind of impact we will face. And regarding risk, we utilize the dialectic risk communications. So thesis, antithesis, and later, finally, we can create a synthesis. So before to do this kind of, this direct risk communications, we explain, this ethics first. After we understand what kind of ethics we need to utilize for communications, then we can apply the dialectic risk communications. And we selected 3 ethics for discussions: utilitarianism and Marxism principles and egalitarianism. So those 3 ethics is really effective and useful to make decisions in everywhere. Not only the technology matters. For policy making, usually we utilize these 3 ethics. So students should understand the ethics and apply what is our thesis when we utilize the technology, newest technology, and what is our risk and what is our problem. They create the antithesis. After that, can we stop technology development, or can we stop, or should we stop utilizing technology or not? Absolutely not. We can't. We cannot go back to the about 1st century or 2nd century. We can't. So we not should, but we cannot stop utilizing technology. So if so, which part we can utilize the technology, and also how we can coexist with a humankind. That is a synthesis. So after we show the antithesis, finally reconcile and transcending discussions, students try to create a synthesis. This is a pattern, and this is a skill of the dialectic risk communications. The dialectic risk communication is can understand the brain, but practice is very difficult and takes time to do this, creating the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So if we give the free time, there is a chaos. So we finally create a template. If students follow this template, create our thesis and create an antithesis, just change the word, the keyword. What is the problem? What is the risk? Why? And after they select, create an antithesis or synthesis, they need to show the evidence. So without evidence, their discussion is just imaginations and just chat. So based on the evidence, they search a lot of resources with internet, or sometimes they say their own experience so far. Then they can show the evidence and evidence-based, creating the thesis and antithesis and synthesis. And after they create the first round of the synthesis, they can move to the next antithesis, because we cannot create perfect synthesis. All syntheses have the next antithesis. So we can continuously do this risk communications. And during this communication, they also can improve their attitude, respect others' view. And in Japanese case, there are several key words from them. The merit for the elderly, children, and people with disabilities. So during the discussion with a classroom group members, they have a different kind of background, different concern, and they can learn through the respect others' view. And after they studied the result of other countries' communications, they could learn a lot. So some students says it is amazing to know the different countries' university students concerning about the technology development and utilization implications in the society. So it is brand new for them. So they get a shock and change their awareness and broaden their worldview. And now, after the discussion or during the discussion, they can learn, respect other view. And so Indonesian students also learn from us the case of the Korea, case of USA, case of Japan, and they could learn how other country university students concerned about the technology development. Those are the elements, and this is a timetable, timeline. One class is 90 minutes. This is just some kind of standardized pattern. So when we don't have enough time, we shorten some words. Sometimes we skip, but this is a standard pattern. So first, the consent form and do the pretest, and middle, we do the middle test, and finally we do the short essay and post-test. Then later, Fujiwara Sensei will report the comparative analysis between the pre, middle, and last post-test. And the other is first, introduction part, background and aims of the classes, and history of science technology, ambiguity of the technology. And next, I teach about the ethics of risk communication, the ethics for risk communication, and how to do the dialectic risk communications. And finally, again, Fujiwara Sensei gives some knowledge about the topic, safe and security of airways. Then start group discussions. So during the group discussion, they conducted the dialectic risk communication, and after the group discussion, they present and discuss with other group members. So we repeat the same things. They change the topics, accessibility of airways, 6 and 7 times, and we had a group discussion of accessibility of airways. And before this second topics, we share the different countries' outcome of the result of the discussion, and they can expand, they can start the global perspective for the communications, these communications. And this is assessment. After this class, we assess indicator, they assess their development of the GTC. This is indicators and hypothesis. And knowledge part, technology knowledge related to the behavior. And W is a worldview, technological worldview. And A, awareness of behavior consequences. And finally, it affects you the technological responsibility, not finally, sorry. So technology responsibility will be increased. And if they can improve all KWAR, they can start to take action private sphere behavior change and PU public sphere behavior change. And so far until PU, we applied the Lyle by Kim. So he is a researcher in the field of environmental education, and he has a hypothesis that he showed how the factors, the knowledge affect to the worldview, how the knowledge affect to the awareness. They create a hypothesis, and he found it is resonate flow of the competency development. But he didn't mention about the skill improvement. So we put the skills because direct risk communications is core of the class, improving the GTC. So without skill improvement, we cannot move to or shift to, transform to the private sphere or public sphere behavior change. So far, this is the indicators and hypothesis, and we can discuss more after the country report, and we can show and we can create the new versions, maybe assessment and indicators and hypothesis view for the new version of the DCC education curriculum. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nakaya. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. And if online participants have any questions, please send your questions to the Q&A function. Do you have any questions or comments from on-site participants?
The additional, sorry. Now I realize I had to explain our collaborative research. So we have a collaborative research project regarding the GTCA. And first, we implemented these classes in Japan. We started this project 5 years ago. ですね、藤原先生? Maybe 2019 is an initial class for the GTCA, and we revised several times after we saw and examined the reports and interview, and we changed a little bit, and this is a final version of the curriculum. And after we create, establish maybe 80% good curriculum, we implement this in Indonesia first, and we moved to the we asked the Texas University graduate students to discuss about this curriculum. And Honsensei accept us, welcome us to do this implementation of the TCG University, North Texas University, and Incheon University, Dr. Sun welcome us and accept us to do this same type of curriculum implementations. And in Vietnam, Medical University also accepted us. ですね、先生。はい。So thank you very much for your cooperations. Okay, maybe that's all かな。はい。That's all from me. No questions from the panelists. It's okay? Okay. Hey, yes, please.
Thank you very much for a great presentation and a lot. So, and my question is about you said that this program started 5 years ago, and I think there is an effect of COVID-19. So that before and after the COVID-19, that curriculum is changed, or there somehow the procedure and the content and the treatment of class curriculum is changed before and after COVID-19. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Very, very important question. So during the COVID, we couldn't do this class face to face. So we do the internet Zoom meeting. So as it mentions, during the before the COVID-19, they can discuss face to face. It is really good for them. But during the COVID-19, they can discuss only through the internet Zoom. So there are several groups. So it is quite difficult. Sometimes students hide their face and don't show their face, just listen and just discuss with voice. So it is not so effective. We feel not effective. But at the same time, there is a merit, like a synthesis. There is a merit means because one person has one PC and we can catch the voice clearly. And everybody can be listened, their opinions. That is a merit to discuss each other. So during the discussion face to face, some people who are shy cannot catch their voices. And also the evidence showing when we discuss face to face, just do the discussion a lot, but no evidence. When we do the discussion through the Zoom, there is a time and easy to utilize the internet and post it and share the materials easily. So we found, okay, this is very good. So after the COVID-19, even we do the discussion face-to-face, let's continue to utilize the Zoom. And everybody enter the Zoom and share the evidence and the keep and record their voices, and we can check it. And easily we can enter the different groups and listen to the discussions. So that is a very good part because of the COVID-19 experiences. Thank you very much. Hey, please.
Well, I'm just curious about the difference between the first version of curriculum and the final version. Actually, you mentioned, this is the final version of the curriculum.
Yes.
Just so you mentioned that you revised the curriculum for the last 5 years.
Yes, yes.
So what's the major difference?
Okay, thank you very much. So first versions, the topic is different. Healthy society. So it is too broad for them. So everything could be included to discuss. So they confuse a lot. And before we create a template, they are free to talk. They can talk easily, and so there is a benefit and merit and problem too. So previously we give them freedom. They can talk a lot, and the creativity could be improved a lot. But sometimes they lost the point of the discussions. So merit and demerit. And so finally we decided to utilize a template. But previously when they talk freely, in my class, most of them are international students. So from the Afghanistan students and USA students, the topic is totally different. So Afghanistan students really they wanted to emphasize not utilize the car. As a human, we should not use car, we should walk. Okay, and Vietnamese student said, we should not use automated car in the highway, because in highway also there are the people who are close the road, very dangerous. And USA students have different situations, conditions. So they said, oh, we utilize technology as much as possible. So 5 years ago, but their delivery system, they said usually they get Amazon in the balcony with drone. So they cannot understand each other's conditions different, background different. So what we can discuss about technology utilization or development. So finally we have a kind of load to discuss effectively, but this is also the big topic for today. So which is better? What pattern is good for other countries? For international student class, I think this kind of the very strict way of talking is important and effective, and shy Japanese students also very effective. But I don't know for the Indonesian students. I feel Indonesian students more like to speak freely. Okay, thank you very much. Is it okay? Right? Sorry? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Dr. Nakaya. We will now conclude the opening remarks, and we will now move on to a group photo session. At first, we will take a group photo among all presenters and speakers. Then we're gonna take a group photo, including all presenters and speakers, and the audience and online participants. And then we progress this.
James, please.
James.
Everyone on これを写せばいいと思う。これで、これを、Sorry, did you show the poster the first?
It's much more, yeah, it's brighter. No, no. The middle of the middle.
Yeah, right.
That's too dark. I don't know, over there. The fire.
Okay, okay.
This is what I think is you can and you just assess it and share your screen. Yes. For the keynote lecture, we are honored to welcome Dr. Yuma Shineha from the Graduate School of Media Design at Keio University to deliver his presentation. Please welcome Dr. Shineha to the podium.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm Rima Shineha from Keio University. And my expertise is scientific studies, STS, and science policy studies. And it's very honor for me to be here and have a talk. And today I will talk about global trends and addressing healthy, ethical, legal, social implications and issues in the emerging science and technology, and based on my research. So anyway, so that's the I would like to start from brief introduction of my self-history. So that's firstly I entered in my undergrad university and I studied biochemistry. And then that convert my field to the social science and the scientific studies. And so that after the entering graduate school, so that over 15 years, maybe so many years, and I studied about ethical, legal, social issues over the advanced science, particularly focusing on the biotech, like genetic engineering and stem cell research, neurotech, and so on. However, that's now we now try to collaborate with the various fields, including the disaster technology and the autonomous driving and so on. So, and however that today I would like to focus on my case in the current research concerning on the neural net, right? So, and fine, we have to think about healthy and the broad social impact of the technology to the society. So, and when the advanced knowledge from science implement to the society, and we need to think about not only scientific safety, but also the broad impact of society, like who have like responsibility issues of the induction care and so on. And then, for example, in AI, so of course you all maybe know about that we need to think about the privacy issues and the data management issues and so on. And that's also true in the other field, like neurotech and biotech, right, which create various biometric data. So, however, we also need to think about more factual and conceptual matters, and like who will receive benefit of the advanced knowledge, or who will receive the risks of the advanced knowledge to the society. So, and of course, there is some inequality, and we need to think about distributed justice issues. So how to relate and how to supply the fruit and benefit of the scientific knowledge to the society, right? So that how to we would like to go beyond the such kind of structure inequality issues, and of course, we also think about we need to prevent the potential negative impact to the people, including harmful effects of the technology. So that's such kind of various issues were called and ask legal social implications, LC. And but the discussion of the LC was started in the Human Genome Project in the 1980s and 1990s. However, that now this is a kind of the just basic assumptions to think to promote the better innovation ecosystem, right? And fine, we need to think about that with the normative issues and with the ethical sense. So because that, for example, that's the rule, the basic typical rule is law, right? And particularly the law with punishment something that it's called hard law. However, that's the enactment hard law is too late. It requires a long time, right? And comparing to the fast moving nature of science. So speed of the knowledge production is much faster than enactment hard law. So how to prevent the harmful effect and negative impact before the enactment hard law? So we need some rule and we need some norms. So, and in the science policies, many governments and many scales focusing on the soft law, like a guideline and explicit and implicit norms of the communities. And so that's rules, which can be the de facto rules without punishment, something. Anyway, that's and to consider the soft law, it is essential to think about LC, right? So, and such kind of situation is, okay. And such kind of situation is now becoming the basic things to consider LC, to think about the soft law. And during such kind of discussions, and to think about what kind of bias will be occurs and will be brought by the new knowledge. And and in the current science policy system, so that many, not only social scientists, but also that many actual scientists and engineers who produced the cutting edge knowledge, right? So, and next question is how to promote the dialogue between the scientists, engineers, social scientists, policymakers, and the public, right? So, and this kind trial and discussion now currently called as responsible research and innovation ROI. And that kind of discussion is studied in the essays that keywords appeared in the Human Genome Project. However, of course, the related discussion was occurred much earlier than before the Human Genome Project. However, that changing time was in 1980s and 1990s, and the controversy of genetically modified organisms gene engineering. And after that, we learned a lot, lessons from GMO controversies, and that kind of lessons was used for the discussions in the nanotechnologies and the synthetic biology discussion in the UK and the US. And now, in the AI and more neurotechs, that much more emerging field, that you try to use that kind of lesson effectively before some issues is arising in the society, right? For example, in the AI and generative AI, so we also already know there are so many issues, and to the AI to use the AI effectively and more ethical sense. And for example, according to the Hagendorf last year's publications, so he pointed out the 19 big categories of the LC issues, and with over 300 normative issues. and a friend I did his paper that I did with surprising and how to say that become the laughing, so that there are just over 300 normative issues. So I think the little bit it's little bit too complicated. However, anyway, at least we need such kind of so many issues to AI and GAI, and in the more effective and in the ethical way, right? So, and however, that also we need to think about how to understand what kind of issues and what kind of analysis is existed in each context of technologies. Of course, that's in the context of GMO, and in the context of synthetic biology, and in context of stem cell research, there are common issues, but also there is a different context issues in each technologies. So we need to understand the various analyses, according to each context of technology, right? So, and how to understand them effectively and as early as possible, so that I set the LC assessment model, and using that combination of the social science analytical framework and the research approach, like media analysis, including the media analysis questionnaire and designing public dialogue and communications, and conducting senior workshop and further scanning and so on. And then let's try to extract the various viewpoint and the discussion point of the essay of the technology, and try to relate to those points to the scientists and engineers on the side of the science research and development. So, and we use the implications for games for our assessment. So we co-created communication arenas and have done so many times the dialogue, and try to co-create new norms and rules. And so that's kind of the autonomies of the expert communities. So and try to make the rules and try to show our viewpoint and value perspective of technologies to the society, and then of course we also use such kind of the implication to the key triggers to the next discussions. And so, and now that my research group is to try to conduct the collaboration with various fields. like that. So, and however, that's for the interest of time. I can talk today only about the neurotech and a little bit in the store cell, right? For example, I will show the very simple data in the case of stem cell research. And this research is conducted with a collaboration with the Japanese Society for Regional Medicine, JSRM. And we collected over 2,000 public responses and over 1,000 stem cell researchers. And we asked the very simple questions. What kind of the factors is important for the social acceptance of these medicines? Then we found that there are out of different points between the stem researchers and the public responses. For example, that the stem cell researchers emphasize the scientific validations and the necessity of the medicine in the society is the most important factors for the social acceptance of the public in the society. However, the general public so emphasize the different topics. For example, so that can we prevent the harmful effect by the regulations or the who will have a responsibility and liability in the accidental cases? So that's the clarification of the responsibility and liability. And another is that can we trust the people who will make the digital medicine and who will conduct the medicine? So kind of the trust of issue of trust, right? So and anyway, there's so many big difference between the systematic researchers and the public. However, that's generally speaking. So that public so would like to know and would like to emphasize the governance issues comparing the scientists, right? So and so anyway, we can extract at least two lessons from this playthrough. First is there are gaps of the attitude and recognition between the researchers and the public, and we need to fill such kind of gaps with the communications. And second is that the people, the public, would like to know the next governance system which deal with the potential issues and to prevent the negative impact of the technology into society. So I feel that there is some motivation and kind of desire to use it as much knowledge effectively without risks and without harmful effect and without negative impact to the society, right? So, and this is also case in the other technologies like new tech and so on. So, and today I will talk about mainly in the neurotech cases. So, and maybe I don't know that the participant here is well known what doesn't know about neurotech current situation of the neurotech. And for example, in the 30 years ago, in the Nature, such kind of paper was published. So that this woman was injured by traffic accident and she cannot move the arms and legs by herself, so that injured with the spinal cord. So right. So that's she equipped the brain mapping interface, and this device is inserted the penetrate the scalp and measure the brain waves and the electronic strain phenomena inside the brain. So, and however, using this device, she can control the robotics arm and drinking juice by herself, by her will. So, and however, what I have to say here is that this is already there occurred 13 years ago, and the situation is much more progressed. For example, I will show one movies from YouTube. However, that she is the Nathan Cleveland is the his name is Nathan Cleveland, and a very nice guy and a friend. met him, and he is also injured by a traffic accident, and the injured spinal cord so that he cannot move his arm at all. However, he would like to play again. So that he engraved the play machine interface and living with it there over 10 years. And he tried to play the game Final Fantasy 14 without arms, right? And I asked him so that how use such kind of play machine interface to play a game so that he imagined the game controller inside his brain and try to use it. And of course, it requires a lot of time of the training to use BMI. However, such kind of situation is coming, like a scientific fiction, right? However, and of course, so and the situation is already progressed. Sorry, oops. Sorry, and the situation is much more progressed, and brain function mapping, and try to use the marketing, such kind of neural data was progress also in Japan, so like an entity company and so on. So that's what we have to think about here is that what kind of ethical matters and what kind of social implications is existing such kind of cutting edge neurotechnology era, right? So, and currently that's from the perspective of science policies, there are such kind of neurotech issues and as of neurotech issues becoming the very major interest in the science policy, and not only for the domestic context, but also international context, right? So, and from the perspective of neuroethics, so that I think that the very famous neuroethicist belongs to the Hiroshima University, so that's the Professor Sawai. And I know that some present from the Sawai level. However, that from the perspective of neuroethics, there's several basic and big issues of the neurotech was found. For example, so that how to deal with the biases and diversity of the participants and researchers, so that of course now neurotech using the AI and it requires the teacher's data, right? However, that such kind of data was biased with the participant and the bias of the participant and the sampling bias and so on. How to deal with about it, those kind of biases and other biased analysis and so on. And of course, and we also we need to think about the contradiction between the neural data treatment and open science trend. So you know that now the science researchers requires the open data and open individual data and so on and so on. However, neural data is very sensitive and highly risk to personal data, right? So there is some contradiction and very hard to say that difficult structures to deal with such kind of contradiction, right? And another is that the more classic ethical matter is how to think about the enhancement issues of the new driven by the neural tech. And also that there are some concerns to the effects to the free will by the neural tech, so that including the risks of the hacking to the devices and other invasion to the free will by the various way in the new tech. So, and of course, we need to think about the vulnerable people. So, and who will receive the risks much more than the other people, right? So anyway, there is a lot of the discussions about such kind of issues. So, And also that when we conducted the researches in Japan by our team, so that there are several framings also found. And they are speaking that Japanese public show their high expectation and interest in the new tech, and they shows their expectation and anticipation, and with a high interest, and like they interpret the new tech like a magical breed, so something. However, they also show that the sense of taboo thing, and anxiety. And however, of course, it's difficult to articulate clearly about the sense of anxiety and taboos. So that we need to step in much more to analyze and understand such kind of what is a concern and what is anxiety and so on. And one of the clear point is that there is anxiety to the mental privacy and hacking from the outside, and also that the psychological continuity, so that the anxiety for the may be changed a lot after the using the neural tech devices, something. So that's anyway that we need to think about those kind of the anxieties and concerns to use the neural tech effectively and without negative tone and negative impact. So anyway, of course, that the people have a concern about there is a inequality of the accessibility of the technology. So that's anyway that's neural tech just for the rich person something issue. And I will just skip this point. It's however that we also that conducted a questionnaire to the public and neurotech experts. However, that they also the public show the interest in the what kind is there any potential risks and sales mature when we use neurotech, so that they also need to the information not only benefit but also risks. And so on. And we also asked what kind of point should be included in the ESCA principle. So, and to the general public, and also that the neurotech scientists show that they are high interest in the data governance of neural data, right? So anyway, we need the appropriate better data governance system to use neurotech issues. And such kind of discussion is, of course, has been held in the domestic and international context. For example, in the EU, and the data governance for the neural data became the big metrics in these 10 years. And they try to understand the metrics with the data life cycle from the collecting data and editing data, analyzing data, and finally the deleting data. So, however, that interest point one of the interest point I would emphasize here is that how to share the data with a public company and third party. So, there are so many ethical matches and social matches and legal matches, like how to create the privacy and how to create the data management policies and how to create to prevent harm effect to the individuals by using data and something. So anyway, that's just there's a many discussions. However, that's the constant those out of discussions and making rules is progressed, right? So and I would like to show the kind of the extreme case in the neurotech case, and it's called discussion called neural rights. And neural rights is their ideas to the using neurotechnology is a kind of the common right of the human beings, right? And this idea came from the academic researches in the rather Europe in the EU. However, they try to advocate this idea to the hard law, not only soft law but also hard law. And interestingly, that there are several trial or the legalization of the neurons so in the Spain, the Chile, and now the Brazil. And in the Chile case is the most extreme way is that try to embed neurons, keyword neurons into the constitutional law. So, and however, finally, that the nationwide voting is required, and nationwide voting is the decline, the revision of the constitutional law. However, that's the new rights, the keyword or embedded to the final draft, final version of the draft of the constitutional law, the revision of the constitutional laws. Anyway. And anyway, that's such kind of idea was arise from the academic researches and to the right to the change, the sense of the society and sense of the law. Actually, so. And the new rights was consisted with 5 principles, basically, and try to the we have a cognitive liberties and we have a right to the protect our mental privacy and we have a right to the protect the our mental integrity so that they're not forced by the others to change by our minds and also that we have a right to protect psychological continuity and also that we need discussion about equity and free from the discrimination about the brain effect and the brain structure and so on. And however, and I'll skip a little bit. However, that's the point is those kind of discussion is, frankly speaking, and in my opinion, there is no novelty, academic novelty of the discussion of the new rights. Just they are just summary of the previous discussion in neuroethics. However, it's the compact other keywords and new words, and this discussion have got the power over the agenda setting for the science policies and try to promote neurotech and try to prevent also that try to prevent the harmful effect, right? So that it's the very interesting case is that the academic researches can affect to the policy discussion, not only software but also hardware, right? Anyway, so this is a kind of the excellent cases about the neuroethics and the neurotech society cases in the world. So, and of course, this kind of discussion is ongoing situation. So anyway, so there is a I will skip and also skip. I will skip and such kind of situation to try to make a soft law and try to embed the into context and hard law is also okay in Japan and from my case. So, and our research group also try to make the new guidelines to using the neural brain data, the neural brain information data to the AI model. And we collaborate with the CNET, is the Center for the Information and Neural Network, is one of the major research institution in Japan concerning neurotechnology. And they try to use the neural data for the AI machine learning and try to use their, it became the commodity and as a private sector, so of the private sectors. However, that we need some rules to prevent escalating matches and the social negative impact. So that we collaborate with to co-create the guidelines. So and so we investigated so many ways and make the guidelines and with the 8 ESCA principles. First is we need the process of the appropriate informed consent, of course. However, that we emphasize that we need appropriate governance system of the brain information usage. And of course, that's concerning the current discussion of data governance of neural data. And also, we need to countermeasures for stigmatization and discrimination regarding brain information, and to protect the vulnerable peoples, and with the perspective on social justice and distributive justice and so on. And also that we emphasize the necessary of to keep the transparency of the scientific research process and the process of making the AI models based on the brain information and so on. So anyway, we set 8 ESCA principles, and it also that derived from the previous discussion of the neural ethics and how to say the accumulation of the academic actions in the past. Right? So, and this point is also seen in the other cases, and particularly in the I would like to show the discussion on the distributive justice. It's the kind of the key one in the international context of the technologies. Maybe that I have to wrap up soon. Anyway, and for example, in the international guideline of the International Society for Stem Cell Research, ISCL, sets 4 ESCA principles currently. And the fourth one is the social and distributive justice. And it is very interesting and typical discussion in the distributive justice in the current cutting edge context. So and for too long, I think, I know. However, that's for example, they say that social justice consideration include challenges due to the structural injustice, such as socioeconomic inequalities, the extent discriminatory practice, and the history of the exclusion and marginalization. So they know there is a history of the inequality and discrimination of technologies, and it's brought the negative effect to the vulnerable people and so on. And of course, it includes domestic and international context, so that gap between the global south and global north and so on. And what I have to emphasize here is that this discussion is very typical discussion of the justice theory, like John Rawls. And his book in the theory of justice is a very classic one, and in the humanities, all right. However, that's such kind of classic discussion now affects to the international context, international discussion of the cutting edge science, right? So that I feel that there is very big possibilities for the collaboration between the scientists and the humanities and so on. So anyway, such kind of distributed justice discussion is the kind of one of the hot topics of the science policy and science normative issues, right? Anyway, and our practice that considering such kind of international context and try to embed to the international guidelines as a de facto. And okay, anyway, and this is the final slide and summary of my discussions. And through our comparison of the bias field, including neurotext, stem cells, gene editing, and so on, and we can find the common point and other contextual point of the analysis. So, for example, that what is better in question about what is better innovation ecosystem and how to achieve it is a common point and between the biospheres. And of course also that how to design better governance system with responsibility and ethical sense. And I guess that such kind of this point is a common interest of the GDCE, and the curriculum. So anyway, that's also that the kind of discussion is how to standardize such kind of governance system of the emerging science and with ethical sense, not including ethical sense and social perspectives. And to do so, it requires to understand deep understanding of bias framing, not only scientists but also the public, and so that public dialogue and engagement from the upstream is an essential process for that, and it regarded as so. Anyway, and of course, so that with and with deep understanding the process of the science and society, and try we also considered each in each the key context keyword of each technology, right? So and I hope that you all have a double and multiple perspective to think about science society from the general question to the key individual issues, right? So okay, so sorry for my long talk. So anyway, and so that this is my laboratory members, and maybe that it's not suitable things for here. However, that our laboratory now recruiting a new student, graduate student, and new members of the to try to think about everything matters in the science policy in the emerging science. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention, and that's all of my talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suneha. Now we have 15 minutes for the Q&A session. If you are participating on site, please raise your hand to ask a question. And if you are on Zoom, please use the Q&A function to send us your questions.
Very interesting topic. Yeah, thank you very much for your impressive presentation. So first of all, you mentioned a lot of things that I'm very interested in. First of all, I would like to mention you said you are now preparing the guidelines to make a soft law and then as a norms. So how much your guideline impacts on the technology innovations? My question is, in the United States, so the Texas and California, the Arizona are more open to technology. So there's a very technological part across these states. But sometimes other states do not apply much advanced technology because of the law, because of the legal issues. So, and then guideline also, you mentioned as a soft law, but law is law. So always, I think the law impedes innovation technology. So how do you think about that?
Thank you very much for a great question. So, and in my case, this is a product with co-creation of the research institutions and of course, including a member of the academic, not only academic sector, but also private sectors. And we collected out of policies from the private sector, like to fit their companies would like to use the brain information and the AI model from the brain information and try to seek the consensus point of what kind of bias we should protect and what kind of bias we keep something. So and then finally of course that we it requires over 3 years to get consensus with the not only academic but also private sectors. So, and of course, this guideline is mainly for the research institutions. However, that it's open to the society and becoming a kind of the reference point of the so in the case of the brain information and so on. And so that we also opened the English version and the other results of OECD report, policy report, they referred our guidelines as a Japanese typical cases of the such kind of trial soft law and kind of the researchers autonomies with ethical sense.
Thank you so much indeed for very much exciting keynote speech. I have two very simple and silly questions. The first one is about the neural rights. You mentioned about the transition from soft laws to hard laws, which is very much interesting. Why do they have to add new layer of organizing hard laws? What will be the differences between existing hard laws and the neural rights related ones? And second one is about, again, hard laws, but hard laws on brain information. you referred to the issues related to almost like about the patients and so forth. Simultaneously, if I take a different stance, how about the sense of the properties in a very much competitive cutting edge fields, like producing the papers, for example, plagiarism, or say making a copy of the other products and so forth? How do they protect the property of BI, of those who produce something new? Do you foresee any emergence or possibility of emergence of the authorities to register BI, which sounds really, really like how do you say dystopia like here? Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you very much for your two tough questions. Not simple, I think. Anyway, so, and first of all, is the neural rights discussion came from the discussion of software and academic discussion and academic research. So, and however, that their discussion becomes kind of politics, and one of the motivation of there is that they try to promote both of the neurotech research and application, and also promote the protection of the rights and rights which can be embedded by the new technologies, right? So, and to protect both rights and both situations, and to protect the technical development and their human rights. So they think the new concept is required. However, that's inside the detailed content of new right is not novelty, doesn't have novelty, and some legal scholars so say that just it's enough just to keep the human rights and the common human rights in the past. So, however, that's the point is a new situation derive new technology bring the out matches, of course, and actually many of those matches is not new. However, the speed and the significance is increasing. So there really needs some kind of agendas to deal with such kind of problems faster and stronger. So that's they think that new rights can play a role to the agenda setting to the deal with such kind of significant faster matches. So that is the implication of that discussion of new rights. So, however, I will say again, there's no academic novelty. Right? So, however, that interest point is that maybe that classic discussion can affect the current situations. In the case of new rights, and also the case in the distributive justice by the John Law or something, I think. And second question is sorry that again.
If I can repeat the regarding the brain information, and then especially in the cutting edge competitive field to secure the property of someone who, something like that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's very serious matters. So, and actually, that brain information data is first of all is brain information is very high category. For example, in EU, that the brain information is categorized as high risk data, and for the how to say that's kind of the symbolic data of the individual data, so right. And however, that when we use brain information to make the new AI model, of course, that the individual data was how to say accumulated and becoming the collective data. So however, we know that such kind of AI model can affect to the specific type of the brain characters and to effectively like addiction, something. So that's the real need to the guidelines to use such kind of AI models effectively without and to minimize the risks or the harmful effects to the body people and some kind of specific characters of brain characters. So, and this point is also understood in the private sectors. And because that frankly speaking, they would like to use very information and AI model much more. However, that they also have a fear and anxiety to the kind of the backlash when kind of the accident cases will occur. So that they also understand we need some kind of balance of the promotion and keep right something. So and then that we got the consensus and also that we got the consensus about what kind of values and what kind of problems we should tackle on. The particular focus on the discrimination matters and kind of the stigmatization by the neural data to the value people. Something.
Sorry, if I can add one more question, right, since there is topology. Your focus would be more about the how to protect the rights of the vulnerables, which is important, extremely critical. Simultaneously, what I'd like to ask was, how can I put this? If I would be working in the private sector and then using some aspects of the brain information, I can list up, say, 5 to 10 genius people, and then whatever comes up in their minds, like putting the patents upon their ideas, protecting their right, sort of the commercial rights, and then try. Well, we do not necessarily have to use it or produce it, but I can declare the rights of having the property of those ideas. I have that property, so pay for me, something like that. This kind of business may emerge. So what I was concerned about was like highly dystopia-like ideas. Whatever you come up in your mind, register the idea, this is the authority, these kind of things.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So of course, so that's that's the nature of the discussion and nature of your question and the nature of my interest is how to deal with and how to overcome such a distribution, of course. However, that's basically distribution situation will come. So it's in the fact. Anyway, that if we doesn't do anything, dystopia will come. That's because that's human desire to and the durable desire of the technology is unlimited, right? So, and as a result, if we don't do anything, dystopia will come. And however, we do something. Anyway, dystopia will come. So anyway, however, that's the point is that we would like to decrease the risks, inequality, and other negative effects of the technology to the society. So that anyway that we need effort as much as possible, right? So and of course such kind of and however that's the point, and I'd like to say something about for example, that's the brain machine interface cases, and some people with disabilities can use it and can work by using it, and there's something. However, it sounds like a very great thing. Of course I agree with it. However, it also means that so such kind of people cannot live as with something. That is also different ethical matters, right? So which way is better is a great question for us. And of course, actually, that in the fact that we try to discuss and we try to practice in the balance between such kind of the ideal version and the current situation and the ideal society something. And that kind of negotiation and maybe that's sometimes it's a compromise something. However, that's anyway that's key point. Yeah, I agree with you and try to how to deal with dystopian image and how to deal with the actually coming such kind of images.
Thank you so much.
If I may, I want to just make a comment, not a question. So I think impressive Q&A and impressive your presentation. So, but you said there are no academic novelty. Okay, and then just summarize to provide guidelines. I think it is perfect idea because if these guidelines impose as a law to the research or the technology, so I think historically the government's involvement impede technological advancement. So that is what just guideline as a guideline provide to the fields. I think it is very good idea. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of the action, so the try to make the rights to the promote tech and the promote the protection for the entrepreneurs.
So we are talking about regulatory systems about this technology advancement. So my question is that excluding this kind of software hard law, is there other method to enforce people to make better solutions? I mean, like in a program, well, education or economic incentive, something like that. Do you have any idea about that?
Thank you very much for your question. So, and of course, so that education is every time to emphasize that, and of course, we all know that the importance of education in the any meaning anyway. So, and in my cases, is of course that education and about tech is necessary to the people. However, that more important thing is that sense of citizenship. I think so. Maybe that so that in this minute, totally I agree with the GT education program because that's when we use technology effectively and the more ethical sense is the sense of citizenship is essential. And so that's the education for kind of that and between the citizenship and technology is I think it's mandatory. Should be mandatory to the from the elementary school and to the graduate school. Anyway. So and actually that in this case is so that the education content and educational content and now that try to the making about that. However, that's the kind of education content and other trial is occurring. However, at least we need not only educating technology, but also educating and relationship with between the education and technology and rights. I can focus on citizenship rights.
Thank you very much. I hope we all enjoyed the meaningful Q&A session. With that, we will now conclude the keynote lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in giving Dr. Shineha a big round of applause. It is now time to begin the project report. Our third speaker is Dr. Akimasa Fujiwara from the Graduate School of Advanced Science and Engineering at Hiroshima University. Dr. Fujiwara will provide the overall output of the project. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Fujiwara.
Just only connect the phone.
Thank you very much. My name is Fujiwara. I am a member of this GTCE project. My turn is to introduce what we are now doing. We have a 5 years history to develop the curriculum for the global technological citizenship education. And also we update year by year, day by day. We always made a mistake a lot. Then next time we update the educational methodology and materials a lot. Therefore, today I want to reflect myself, what I did, then what we are now doing. Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, we are make a self-evaluation of our output of our education by using the indicator. We utilize the competency-based education. That's why we use the competency development assessment indicators, such kind of, there are more than 20 indicators we utilize. Then we classify it into the several group, knowledge related indicators, skill, worldview, awareness, responsibility, and action. Then we took a lot of data from the participant students in our class. This is a model of our class. Nakaya-sensei already mentioned briefly, therefore I want to skip. But we have a kind of class module of the schedule. Then we follow those one to collect the competency related information. For example, this one, direct risk communication. We try to improve the students' risk communication skill by using the directed risk communication. So all activity are related to the indicator. This one, responsibility, awareness, worldview. There are. Then based on those indicators, we assess ourselves, which is a very much effective way. It's which factor are not good at. Then finally, we put the four strategy to fostering the competency development by using the, first of all, we need to provide the exact and updated new information of technological development. This is my term. And also, we try to update the direct risk communication skill. This is very much, to be honest, this is very much difficult for students. So we need to brush up a lot of methodology. This is a Nakaya-sensei's responsibility. And no, sorry, that is a ethical viewpoint. We have a lot of idea of the ethical evaluation, utilitarianism. There are a lot of ideas. Then we need to brush up what the angle is important to discuss. And also risk communication skill. as I mentioned. The last one is globalized viewpoint. For example, Japanese students and Indonesian students completely different. Therefore, we need to discuss about the social and the cultural context. Those four is the main factors we put the emphasis during the classes. And I want to skip. And this is our goal and approach framework to conduct. Then we employ the this model, competency-based model, and then we try to check the pre-test information and post-test information to improve the students' competencies. Then this is my most important talk. This is the history of ours. We exactly started this project 2020. That is during the COVID-19, somebody asked us. Then the first 3-4 times, just only test run to try to start this education system. Then we improved a lot day by day. Then pre-test information, interim information, post-test, we did not collect the interim data at that time. And then after 5 or 6 repetitive situations, we notified the importance of the progress of the improvement of competency during the classes. That's why we collected the pre-test information and interim test and post-test information. And then this is, you can find totally 19 classes we did. Not only in Japan, but also Indonesia, thank you for you, and also the Korea, United States, and Vietnam. Very much globalized. Then we used almost similar materials or approach to put the information, to input them. And also the age and year is also different, but diversified. Sometimes we focus on the master students. Sometimes we focus on the bachelor students, higher, just only the first year freshman in the bachelor system, this bachelor program, or third year, fourth year in bachelor, they understand their own future career design. Anyway, it's very much diversified. Then fortunately, we got more than 500 data about the improvement of growth of competency before and after from the 5 countries, 7 universities. Then my responsibility is how to utilize this rich information into the next generation of the education system. This is a summary of the international comparison that we targeted, as I mentioned, we target the 5 different countries, United States, Japan, and to Vietnam. Then, of course, the GDP completely different, and also the motorization also completely different. Some countries still increase the use of car. Some countries are reducing. There are a lot of diversified information. Then I want to show the several output of my comparison between the pre-test and post-test. Left-hand side, this is a total comparison among the different country and different university so far. Then there are two lines. Dot line is a pre-test information. The third line is post-test. Then you can easily understand fortunately, the competency has been growth before and after. This is the average among the different universities or different countries. But if you compare the right-hand side, there are very much complicated results from the different university or different countries. But averagely, we can definitely say the GTCE may contribute to improve the competency for the student. The second one, we put a lot of questions related to the competency, such as knowledge, skill, awareness, value, and action. Then you can compare from the top to the bottom. Bottom, very bottom, the A5, left-hand side. This is still improved, but the absolute value is lowest, always lowest. Then, I will share my opinion on new mobility technologies through the SNS. I want to express my idea and opinion by using the SNS. That is a very much low evaluation for students, self-evaluation for students. They may feel, I don't want to express my idea on SNS. Then, this is a very much common result among the different university, different countries. And that is one of our limitations, how to improve those kind of public action to express their idea or the opinion to the citizen. And so that, and also small, W1, left-hand side, top third one, W1, the time will come when artificial intelligence used in the mobility technology will surpass human intelligence. In this case, averagely, there is no progress, there is no improvement of this competency. This is also maybe there are some hidden hint or factors we should improve more about them. Then this is sum up the main finding of the international analysis, comparative analysis. First of all, overall, the competency indicators improved as a result of GTCE program. Secondly, some aspect within the worldview domain showed the little or no improvement. Worldview. The third one is the public action recorded the lowest score among the competency indicators. Last one, definitely variation were observed across countries and academic department. This is our 5-year accumulated result. Then to publish the academic paper by using those data, we are now trying to develop the paper, but not good yet. Anyway, first of all, we want to find the relationship between the competency, knowledge, skill, responsibility, awareness, worldview, and action. Then there are a lot of hypotheses, which is a causal factor, which is effect factors. Then we put a lot of trial to identify the cause-effect relations among those competence. Then we finally reach out this result. solid line is 10% statistically significant. Then dot line is a negative impact. Then there are very much complicated results, but if you find the total effect in the right-hand side, for example, the knowledge contribute to the skill 0.5, and knowledge also contribute to the action 1.2, etc. Then back to the previous slide, action, public action is one of the barriers to improve for us. Therefore, knowledge or awareness, skill and awareness may contribute more than others. On the other hand, worldview, once worldview improved, the action sometimes reduce. That is a negative impact. I'm not sure this is correct or not, but statistically, based on the more than 500 data, statistically, this is a non-negligible result so far. And finally, I want to try to develop the factor analysis by using the hybrid model among the competency correlation and attitudinal information and the individual information such as the gender, grade, department, and car-user owner. Then those information factors may also impact on the competency. The final goal is a public action number 1 to 5. 5 is the worst one. Then we want to should focus on the AC5. Then interim result, we got this result. For example, there are factors here. It significantly influence on the younger students and senior master students has a completely different cause-effect relationship. And too small, sorry, I can't see. Anyway, those results is one of the hints to improve our education system. We did not reach the final goal yet, unfortunately, but we are now trying to continue this kind of effort, spreading out more target, not only this member, but also more wider country if possible. India as well. Balloon. Okay. Finally, what we are going in future. There are a lot of issues we have to improve, but in the future, we need to expand the concept of GTCE in the wider range of target. Shineha Sensei mentioned that there are a lot of issues related to LC. Therefore, we are always focusing on the autonomous vehicle issues. This is a hot issue at this moment, but in near future, this will be finished to discuss. Then we need to find more expand area. Then 5 strategy may be necessary. This is my personal ideas. I'm not sure this is correct or not. We need to re-examine the ethical theory once again. We utilize utilitarianism or egalitarianism, but students maybe has a different idea about this. Therefore, we need to learn once again about the escalated theory. A second one, the teaching materials is not standardized or globalized yet. So we need to prepare a lot. In other words, we need to brush up every day because technology progress day by day. So that is another issue. And also, evaluation method itself is needs innovative viewpoint. Traditional cause-effect relations evaluation is not good enough. We need to put more detailed qualitative analysis rather than quantitative analysis. We need to make integrated method between the quality and quantity. The fourth one is target should be expanded. Last one, sorry. Fourth one is international expansion. United States has already been introduced social implementation in the city of autonomous vehicle technology. On the other hand, there's no experiment in some countries. Then we need to expand more the international target. The last one is also target technology should be expanded related to the daily life for us. Accessibility or safety is easy to discuss in the direct disk communication. That's why we employ the autonomous vehicle technology. But I think we have a lot of targets that should be discussed. This is our future goal. Fortunately, we previously, last 5-10 years, we continuously obtain the research fund. Then Nagai Sensei obtained those kind of educational related fund, and myself related to the transportation technological fund. Then that is quite important to improve the GTC framework. Therefore, we need to continue this effort. And finally, I did not discuss all of you. I suddenly write your name. We are now developing, growing the global network. Shineho-san, your name also put the central position. Then, okay. Then we already established this kind of team. I don't know if this is a permanent or not, but anyway, at least today we are joined. Therefore, we are team member. Hope this is one of the driving force to expand our daily activity to establish the final goal of the GTCE concept. That's all my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fujiwara. We have more than 15 minutes for the Q&A. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for a great talk. And I have a question about some details. And I am very interested in the structural equation model. And yes, right. And this is very, very interesting data, I think. And for example, that there we can find that ambivalent effect of knowledge. So, and knowledge can positively affect to the skills, and those skills, responsibility, awareness, positively affect to their final action factors. However, at the same time, that knowledge also the negative impact, a negative effect to their action, so that there's a kind of the ambivalent effect, so that's both of the positive and negative feedback. So that's what is your interpretations of this data, particularly focusing on the knowledge?
So far, impossible. Very much difficult to why this result come. Then negative impact mean increase, for example, responsibility increase, then worldview decrease. This is a simple understanding from the negative impact. But at the same time, we need to discuss more the moderation effect or mitigation effect. Interior factor may be influence on between two factors. Therefore, at this moment, we put the total effect table. Then awareness may negatively impact on the worldview, but we need to carefully discuss about this one. Then I think we feel that this kind of statistical cause effect analysis may face the limitation. We need to back to the individual face-to-face interview result. Nakaya sensei asked a lot of students, why do you think? What factors, what reason you feel? Those kind of very much qualitative data may contribute to understand why this is a negative impact influence on. That's why we are now trying to expand the integrated analysis between quality and quality. Sorry, I cannot respond to your question at this moment. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I want to just comment first of all. So, first of all, I'd like to express my thanks to you and then Professor Nakaya for your leadership to get this kind of collaborative, the knowledge build up the international community, something like that. Anyway, thank you very much for your leadership. Okay, so and then efforts, everything's today's events and tomorrow's events. You spend a lot of time for that. Okay, so I appreciate it. So, but my comments on the next page, you did the structured question model. So maybe we'll discuss later on. But based on my shallow research, I found the gender divide. So why not we put the control variable with gender, and then also I possibly imagine the age divide also exists. So, the younger generation more prone to use new technology and the more capacity to accept new technology or something like that. And then older generations less sensitive to use new technology. So that's why I think it would be better to use control variable as a control variable, use gender and age. Also, you mentioned several times the country. Okay, in terms in those Texas, Dallas also. We can watch the tunnel speakers going around. Okay, so that's why. But the more exposed to new technology, more actions maybe they are doing. So that is why if you add more control variables, I think which is better.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please join us.
Of course, I can.
Yeah, as you may know, once we want to collect a lot of social economic information from the individual, the sample may automatically reduce. Therefore, it's very much difficult, but totally agree with you. We want to control the lot of socio-economic factors. Otherwise, we cannot make this result may not relate expand to the manual or guidebook guideline development. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fujiwara Sensei, for summing up our journey in the last 5 years. I truly appreciate your hard work with Nakaya Sensei. I have a discussions about interdisciplinary nature of this research, which I truly appreciate. I was like wondering on your experience in the last 5 years, what are the most challenging, tasks in doing interdisciplinary research like this? And I think in one of your plan, there is another ambitious goal to make it more institutionalized curriculum of the GTC, which I think it will also embed the interdisciplinary nature. And how do you think it will be institutionalized in the university? Will it be like a new program, a new departments, or how can we embed this GTC into different disciplines we have in our university? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no correct answer about that. First of all, this is not the model. We occasionally conduct this kind of study. The target is autonomous vehicle. That's why I'm curriculum development. That's why Nakaya Sensei stayed. Then, to be honest, we have a lot of conflict between two. Every year, every time, we make the fight a lot.
Debates.
Debates, not only debate, but also. Even our university is a peaceful university. Anyway, but this is a nature of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary. It's very difficult to say. Therefore, this is not a good model. You need to develop it by yourself. But communication is quite important. Was quite important to update the next class. At least we made a lot of effort to improve the brush up the materials or methodology or trial to navigate the students to the easier conclusion. Therefore, depend on the personality, I think. The department or organization is not so important. You can do any kind of department people make a team with others to conduct such kind of education, I think. But I'm belonging to IDEC, therefore this is an interdisciplinary graduate school. That's easy to find a partner. But I think it's possible. Any department can deal with this kind of activities. Otherwise, we cannot expand this concept of GTCE all over the world, I think. And also, we need to expand the target, as I mentioned, not only the vehicle, but also the more food-related issues, environmental-related issues, medical-related. There are a lot of issues based on the new technology related to SV. Therefore, yeah, not only not necessary to develop those kind of interdisciplinary organization or program. You can. You are interdisciplinary already. Hi. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the audience or online participants?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, we will now conclude the project report. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in giving Dr. Fujiwara a big round of applause. Thank you. Now we will take a lunch break and our seminar will resume at 1:30 p.m. At 1:30 p.m. Oh no. Yeah. Does it include any variables? Computer. Only computer. No wallet or like money. I think okay. Just give it.
Yeah, there's only past 5,000 ways. What is my of course also the annual way at the previous year, except yeah, with the end of also if you cancel. I will give those people that you know the to very join them. So in other words, the foreign sector is the base institute. Anyway, that's it. The good one, yeah, and people like if they got my PhD and after time it's $8,000. It should include into the world. And the many people invite an Indian faculty. I just went to the for that. I was going to speak to them. I think you met Steve. The man. Maybe in 3 years ago, he also. Oh, I don't think you also. Oh, yeah. Good one. Yeah, that is already 5 years ago. Brother, I don't know why I put up it. This is my mom. No, it is, yeah.
I
think that's before you found that.
maybe the 1st March.
Oh, you.
Years a day, 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not the.
It really helps. So it's your grad students and say.
Yeah. Actually, in the summer, it's a postdoc. Okay, first group. And other one presented. We have somehow called the first group. We have some very significant goals and that. Yeah. But they are not possibly working on variety. No, yeah, they happy and they were. I don't know if that's right. He is really happy. He did, you know, but it's more of that. I want to look of that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think you're too. Yeah. No, we can talk. Yes. Yes.
Really enjoy.
Yeah.
Well, 3 months I think.
Yeah. And you don't really have time for lunch. Maybe maybe by the time you have time
I'm still here. Sure.
Yeah, next time. You need to. Okay, thanks for waiting. Wow. Maybe pull that.
Yeah, you listen that.
Thank you. You're also taking by your.
I'm not. Finally, he's a professor and he can still be
Okay.
so maybe it's not.
What was that?
I know. But it's not enough.
Okay, so it's in, yeah, okay, it's in.
Not enough for the But he will be very happy to know that you have been patient doing.
Yeah. Not enjoying it, but fuck out
If there is a possibility.
That's true. Right.
Okay. か日本での面白い映画みたいなのすごい、森川さんのその、よかったっていうことぐらい、だから、そんな研究が出てるのないで。なんか、技量する。うちもそうするとか言って。大丈夫ですね。大丈夫か。市長がいるときも時間ないから、大丈夫か。いや、なんかこれがあってよかったって言わせる。本当に自治体のフィードリビュー絶対。でやる。なんかそんなの話してよ。やるの。先生たちも。みんなも学習をするってことです。今だけ違うってビデオとかしてるけど、これありと思う。簡単だよ。ユーザーレビューってもう簡単にユーザーなんですよ。いいって言ってるのに、何も言えない。何も言えない。で、やめていこうなのところ。やばいよ、ちょっと。やめて。あれちょっと違った。あれだから疲れて。もうあれだと伸びきかんできたり。結構すごいね。もうプレイはすごいね。その感じでいいのかな。あれに漫画をされる。あ、そう、逆に。いろんな仲間の人。これはもう、書いてあるよ。とりあえず、団体。いいの。何人がいいよ。地獄みたいになったから。ポスト変えてくるから。どっかに適用しようとか。何のアジャイル感想。事業してないのに次に。でも、自分があえてのとこになんかこうしたかったけど、いいのか。絶対的な。どっちかのある。ここにございます。 大学に困ってることが一番。無事やばいよ。やばいよ。それはやらなくていいでしょ。じゃあします。なんだそれ。うちがやる必要ないじゃん。西の沢へ。そう。
I don't know. People that. It's going to do. Right. But it could be seen. もう結構。言ったら。
報道の気になってるよみたいな。こっちにするの大学。あれはいいけど、まあ、受ける人が新聞だけど、面白いね。だらだら喋ってたこと
ですね。そうそう。まあ、僕なんですけど、いい。
なんか、
でも使い方がついてたみたいな。
そうそう、こういうの、こういうスペシャルなんか前と違う。国が新しい。どうか。これはないんだけど、あんまり違う。言えるんだよ。
いうことですね。いや、ぐらいはちゃんとね、全然どういうことを。そうなんですよ。
そう、やりましたってことになってるだけ。
聞いてる方が、早くになることを考えてくださいって言ってる。やりましたって頑張って。
そうしたいかどうかよね、みたいな。やったことないんですよ。だから、そこで言うなり言うてきたときに、あ、それダメです。まず、終わっちゃうねん、スペースで。もう、大きいシールなんだろう。確かにさ、いや、だから、学生の、で、どうって数値分けたのチェーンスが適当に分けました。あるまそうじゃないです。それ意味あるんでしょ
何これだったんだよ。
大体、人いらないって言っている。あ、でもそれが全然ある。あ、いらない、いらない、いらない。
あるやつが。なんか、工場の関係で、まず、そういう、そこは全然そうみたい。そう。あんまり入れます。そう。いっちゃいいわって。あみたいなことになりますけど、はい。そう。そこは本当にない。何を手がない。こういうことを受ける。でも演劇基盤ですから、こういうのがないと、制度設計ってね。社会実装。そうそう。社会実装って。日本で途中で社会実装。関心体制。あ、本当だ。全然。社会実装。社会実装も、これ、まあ、
あれテストっていうことを真面目にやるんじゃなくて、日常的にそういうことをしながらやっていかないと。
それでファンです。
実装の中で作れる。実装っていうのを今日からリアルにしますっていうのが実装じゃなくて、その前からずっと始まっている。
そうですね。彼が何をやったらいいか、一回結構考えながら。
それしていく。どうある？
確かに、そう思うので、テクニカルなものがないとどこまだ
一緒に考えになんで考えられる。いろいろそれがないけど、それがないけど、
だから、こんな、なんかちょっと、経験がみたいかなっていう感じと。まあ、経験があったら、ちゃんといるところ、ちゃんと分かってる人しか分からないとかって。
まあでも、会話はしないけど、なんかもう会話のしてるから、では悪いけど、向こうの言ってくれる。力仕事が全然見ないんだけど。正しいこれ。それも自分の入れてくれるだからね。
お金のことが、決まってて、その日にどうやって、よし、みんなでたことない。
個人的よ。
あ、やっております。あ、救急車。さっきはピンクなんですよ。最近あれの文字。それ。みんな的なこう荷物を結構いつもみんな別のする。はい。はい。リクエスト。お前だと。そうです。絶対ぐらいから考えて、あんまり考えにくいです。
Nice question とね。
そうです。
大問題でしょ。いや、それは言いません。大問題だ。
Hôm nay em anh ăn chưa đâu. Anh ăn cùng với người em tưởng số có lịch này tìm anh đã ăn cùng để trong lịch không thấy bạn chưa là bạn nghệ không gì không ai có hay từ tí biết không bảo thì thằng hôm nay anh đi ngoài mà anh không đi thì tôi thấy anh đấy không nên tiền gì tôi thấy anh người thứ này em chỉ một người cái này sơn này chỉ 10 thôi mình nhìn biết xong nào không nghe mà gì đấy tí nữa anh bảo lại thôi anh email thầy ngày mai không đi thì là quên
One and on. I sent the email this morning. For a company's book. Yeah. Did you obtain? Yeah, I received. From the then some people kind of cannot say because maybe you have to open by Outlook. Because maybe some people send forwarding to the Gmail cannot, but if you can open here Outlook, you can send. Then what I should do? Ask him to open the university account via Outlook. Or they can Outlook works, but closely. It's not possible. The site only for them. And you ask you for them. But some people doesn't do how
em mở link kia là cho của nó sẽ em can view.
Oh, there are several sites.
Yeah,
To send the Gmail file.
you can put on Google Drive. Yeah. Google Drive or more universal. Yeah, so everyone can enter.
Same scholarship is available.
Yeah.
As well.
It's like everyone that you.
Yeah. And just now, what another thing to say is we still have some slots. So, yeah.
Oh, for what case do you want?
Well, one last thing, if you want.
If you have. Yeah.
If not, then.
So, okay, that's also I want to discuss with you about the candidate. I have two candidates for master and one for PhD.
Oh, すごいね。
But for the PhD is the one that sent the application master, but late and a visa. To me, you remember you sent to directly to ID countries.
Okay.
But I want to discuss about the possibility of him to be.
It's a good thing to say.
I still have a doubt about here.
Okay.
But for the master,
It's okay.
yeah.
Just kidding.
Yes. You guys said to agent for master and not nurse.
聞いていつも送ってね。Unpaid agents.
Look at here. Yeah, still put a fee.
There's no website.
50% off.
Of their scholarship.
3 months. Just put it like this. So the deadline to send the name
Yeah, the first
is name. So submit online. So already need like the passport. No need passport, so transcript and English. Okay. October. Mid October. And then October. Always.
Okay, yeah, if you think it's not very.
The condition
It's
is.
a really disaster, right?
Yeah. It's スマホの方も空いてるかな。
まあ、ここはスマホじゃないです。
なんかスマホのスカラシップもあるじゃん。
はい。
あれも誰も応募してない。
今のはどうですかスマホ。
PA3 の。
あ、そうですか。
PA3 がだって、
そっか。
そう全部持ってる。今4人しか出てる。で、総合も1人しか出てる。全然足りない。
そうそう、スマホも多分空いてる。
スマホも空いてるでしょ。うちも空いてるんです。
あ、そうですか。
スマホも空いてる。
Yeah, very small.
Yeah, yes, send to the.
Yeah, no opiates. I don't know, we have the throat, but the.
Yeah, I want to just answer to for the because the condition like he needs to go to the but how to say like his commitment like the daily commitment.
Yeah. Not very high.
Yeah, like he's quite hardworking, but difficult to have a good communication. Our PhD is really because we don't have a good communication.
Yeah.
But he wants to try. But maybe first you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, from yourself, like. But I don't want to homeschool.
Okay.
But for like when I introduce myself, I have no doubt. I believe that they can do well. But yeah, really slow. That's it.
Okay.
But obviously, nothing.
I want to answer my students. I have the same issues. I don't trust. Sometimes everyone not sure because the opportunity comes, so they apply, but they might not join. Yeah. That's a risk. So I want to very carefully evaluate before finding someone.
We're sending it to you.
But when is the deadline to that?
Meet up to.
The first step is study some basic stuff. It's just I mean, some either will be first plan, something.
For master's students, there any specific topics that you will qualify to?
Oh. I mean, if it's.
そうか、真ん中のニュース。
We can look at it.
いや、でも、確実に取ったら言えないんですけど。
Please send one student.
Oh, okay.
To our president. Sure. CD.
Really? It's more space.
Master.
Yeah.
Both.
Next.
One.
Okay.
If you have campaign, because we already prepared scholarship, but no candidate.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah. The breach.
low competitive.
Yeah.
Language chat.
Now a lot of students.
So how you handle all of your.
そんな状態なの。
I think originally have sleep. That was very decent.
センターを愛用。
またね、あれは
そう。
そう。
Last 1 week.
マスターだ。
ない方が困る。いや、今年の我々が始まったのは、
So that they can answer this. That type of stuff.
施設の大学が独裁してますよ。
Yeah.
でも、いや、で、確かに作るじゃないと分かりようがない。今、人生生活に関与している。その取られてるの
Over 25. And the thing sensei has a more than 3 feet.
プロレスの感じがする。BS の部屋。絶対どうですか。あんなとこにやるもんじゃないみたいな。
Yeah. It should be good.
申請の時は汗かいて。
Yeah.
So some groups.
Not before I have one thing.
Yes.
これからのいつも大事ですよ。そのままない。
Week first. Some groups are those.
はい。運動をやる。
やっぱりね。
But they are good to be good.
こういう財産ですよね。
はい、どうぞ。
でよくあげるからこれがまずい。
それは、どうなってます先生。
あとは、微妙にヨーロッパも、ヨーロッパアジアも
2.3にいかない。
いけるぐらいヨーロッパ2.3ヨーロッパ留学した。
それもおかしい。
そう。出てもそういうもんだってやるからそれ。安いからね。
そうです。
In that year, and next year,
物価は上がってるから。
そっちでください。
奨学金の額を上げないと。
how do we divide that? 12 hours million.
まあ時期的に。
Yes.
ニュージーランド
There is another option for money is not double. 8,000
スイスなんかも30万円でも
そういう感じなので。
やばい、家賃40万円。
量となかったですか。
量。
量みんなで量。量が取れてなかったから。そんなだけ。
グレードがあって、4人目が4人目がまあいいですよ。
usually cannot
最初ね、2ヶ月分だと思います。なんでいいや、1ヶ
Sessions might be shared.
してあれ、娘のはね、なんであれ、
the people that they live but that not that will go to university.
経営っていうのは、坂下さんともいたそうです。ああ、そういう言葉いいですよ。やってます。
お金の授業
いいじゃないですか。
What would be those 12 hours? And I will tell you after.
いや、少なくとも本部のやつを俺は男性もいっぱいあるから。
これやりました。
だからアカデミックな。
あとね、アンディアンコムのその前に、
それ自体で
cái bản hình thấy lục anh viết cái hồ sơ mình thấy về bây giờ không chưa đến đúng trước cái bản này thì vẫn gì chứ chưa cái bảo là Thấy chưa gửi cho anh? Ô, em khai trả thầy người thì anh phải học từ đầu từ đầu mình nào tìm cái tao đi lại cho tao vẫn để
I made doing
anh gửi gì đấy em gửi về tìm dẫn em mày em chỉ một chiều thôi em chiều thôi
the agent of project. Materials are better with
nếu mà quá số tiền đủ rồi thì anh chỉ nghĩ cái phần thì anh biết mà có giờ ông gửi xin phải lý để thì anh phải nhớ nhau anh gửi đi một phần là anh xin
visualizing 30分だから
30分喋るいやいや
そうですよ30分どうだったっけ
答えは年間ちょっと忘れていずれあれ
すごいな。But I think I don't want anything purpose.
いやいやこれ全部下げてくれるどんな年間
綺麗ですよね。
いや上手ですよいやプラス
I think
いいわね
まだ言わせてねってしてないけど、ちょっとそれぞれ。
サングッドアバンなんか父の時間が来週がと明日もねやっぱスイスに
そうですよ。
これ環境整えから意外にオンラインね何な場合はまあ最近そればっかり僕が自分で自分に喋り
いや、そうです。でも僕は編集してるから見る急に始められる。きっと大変ですよ。ビジネスの時に
ポーズを入れるそういうワンくらい何か出す気があったんですよ。
It's very busy.
アンテナリゼポートいい人自分たちがパートナーとしてコメンテーターの方はこの場で頑張ります。いやもう斉藤先生大丈夫でしょ。いくらでも知ってるし知らないし。どういう
Yeah, but it's really
spending 1 week.
2 days. Like,
これ関係です。そうですね。それリレーなんです。
really consumer venture.
あ、ベトナム。
Especially doing everything.
なんで、もうクリアできるんです。Destroy trade to me. Yes, most of you.
すみません。はい、ちょっと質問なんで、されていたみたいな感じですかね。
すごい、ちょっと、Yeah.
Not the event.
Oh, well, it's because I just
I keep saying something.
3 of them instead of, you know, that
I
three.
don't have me.
Not today, actually, just apply this much in my class. So,
Yeah, very well.
I told her 3 hours, so very short. So, I did it on just.
Yeah. That's
But still, actually, I see some difference.
yeah. That's important, yeah.
And you also use the other, right?
Oh, well, yeah, so, we have multiple things. So it's not a logistics, we are looking at autonomous vehicle delivery. Parcel delivery. So we put all that.
この椅子です。そうそう。
Okay, so. PDF file. Oh, so you can access it.
Also, did you access? Yeah. No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
So much. The public store. 失敗したらチャッピーが怒ってくるの人のない人ないでしょ。
できますよ。
自信を持ってるんですね。今回ニコニコしてずっとうなずいてますから大丈夫です私。Please.
Nine, 6, 8, 7. Okay.
Yes,
Ah, just the
em mà thay cái gì
Nói cho chị có con thì cái tiêu dùng này đấy cũng được cái dùng này chứ còn sáng rồi giờ chưa đúng đi từ gần bay slide ngày xưa anh nghỉ về nghỉ lớp
thế thì phút nó thay đổi gì đấy hôm nay thì ai dùng thì cái đội anh chiếu trực tiếp thì cũng chỉ có cái đó là dùng được thôi.
Very simple. I don't have that kind of high skill. Very primitive. Oh, yes, that's. And
Also has the fact that like.
but the computer will be challenged.
So your files are saved to.
Always, yes. So I store the whole thing again. Oh, well, sometimes, and then, so when I download the documents, maybe. And then I think. But I should actually today. Yeah. So that's a very good system. Ah, so then.
大丈夫です。今やってます。ありがとうございます。
I'm seeing there must be a size. Okay.
Yeah, it's like if you want to believe here, it's smaller. Everything that we learn.
電気の件は。
あ、天気は多分大丈夫だね。冷気が出てる気がしない。どっから出てるの？
あれじゃ。ちょっとこの隙間とか。それが役立つと思う。あ、でもちょっと涼しくなった気がします。
あ、OK。じゃない。お布団で出てる。しますよ。今、19番。
冬か夏しかないんです。春はないの。あ、OK。向こう側のコントローラーに来た。
This is also. Workers.
I see. Okay, then there'll be some. I don't know, that's way smart. You might be. Your sister studied Japanese language. And then
名前の
Country report, 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Yeah.
Your family has
And will it do like follow up on each or like they're all together?
They don't think anything about it. Can we discuss this?
Yeah. No one.
Yes. So, the family again, let's go strong sense. Later. So you are the fifth. So after my presentations, you can enter and you can see. So first of all, I collect with my. Oh, sorry. Okay.
7人全員それぞれ読んでるんで。
時間次第でいいですよ。
次第。
いや、絶対足りないよ、これ。うん、帰宅させやってたら。
必要が10分であれば、どうですか？
Then we just move on to the next speaker, please. Welcome back, everyone. So we are now starting our afternoon session with the country report. In this session, we have 7 researchers to give detailed reports into the current situation of global technological citizenship in 5 different countries. First of all, we are going to have Dr. Nakaya to report on the case of Indonesia.
Japan.
In Japan.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia saja. Nggak mengerti juga. Hai. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I believe you have a good lunch. Is it okay? So, are you sleepy? No? Okay. じゃあ5分だったら教えてもらっていいですか？5分ですって言って。Okay, so I'd like to report on the outcome of the GTC program in Japan. And Professor Fujiwara has just reported on quantitative results. Okay, since I myself interviewed 40 Japanese students in other countries, over 30 students, but today I report only Japanese versions, and I would like to capture the qualitative outcomes and challenges of GTCA curriculum. And I will illustrate the representatives and characteristics of examples of final behavior patterns and how knowledge and dialectic risk communications influence awareness, worldview, and sense of responsibility using students' own words. So then, based on this, I'd like to discuss future curriculum development, improvement, and teaching method improvement with everyone's in panel discussions. So this is exploring the impact of knowledge and dialectic risk communication awareness. So I just select 3 points for today. The first one is need to carefully consider the outcome taking actions. So in the result of the sensors result, he mentions, emphasize the lowest result. Outcome is taking action, public and private sphere actions. But is it really? And Professor Sineha asked, how do you interpret the lowest score of the actions? So through the interview, how we can catch up it. And second one is connection piece education is the ambiguity of technology. So students saying his experience from based on the peace education experience, he shows his responsibility about the ambiguity of technology. And third, the last one is biggest challenge, powerlessness among students. Okay, so I know you feel sleepy, but please patient. Okay, number one, the student statement are concerned about the public conduct. And is it really okay to voice my opinion with these levels? So please look at the light blue part. She said, if I understand it fully, now I've got it right and can share it responsibly, then I will do it. Do it means make a message and put a notice in the SNS. But I tend to feel more strongly than others about things like this seems a bit sketchy, or is it really okay to post it in this state? So she wondered his statement is correct or not. And this goes for social media too. And when something gets mentioned there, I know there are definitely people who know more than I do. But it's also something that needs to be known. If I can't strike that balance well, I find it really hard to just click and post. So she always wonders her opinion is correct or not. And after he posts it and click and post it, what happened later with her misunderstanding or misinformations. So this dark side, dark part is not dark side. Dark part is my analysis. The spread of informative by social media is one form of actions, but concerns about whether it constitutes responsible behavior necessitate teaching students to consider how they express their opinion, the platform they use, and potential impact. So we need to add more classes. What is the meaning of action, take actions, and what is our functions of SNS? And how much you know, then how much you can say to whom. We need to add more explanation and discussion with them. Without it, they don't have any blame to take actions. And we can't say to them, this is a public action and you should do it. We can say it. That is analysis. And next one, same students. I have been watching this with some concern. This is a technology development. Technology keeps advancing at breakneck speed, doesn't it? And take IPC cells, for instance. It's the same with everything. Technology just lays ahead. And hold on, it's fine, but is that really okay? How many people are actually thinking about this and managing it properly? That is the kind of thing I keep wondering about. And companies doesn't really want to expose their negative aspect, right? I strongly believe I have to discern that for myself. So I skip my analysis. My intention is without interviewing with her, we don't know what is the meaning of her answer is a low, very low stage of the taking action in public spheres. So there are 5 levels. I want to do it. I want to take actions to change the society, level 1 to 5. And her score is not high because she concerned a lot, because she studied a lot, And every day she studied. And before this class, her age is 19 years old at that time when I interviewed. So previously in her high school days, she already joined some seminars of the technology or other technology development and social, this kind of issues. But during that time, 5 minutes? Okay. So that time also she wondered, but after she took our classes, she realized how to understand and how to promote this kind of education to others. But still, she cannot recognize her enough intelligent informations or the way of thinking. Also, she still concerning. So she cannot reach the take actions. But for her age, just 19 years old, first grade of the university, start thinking, start collecting information, and start discuss with others. So we can say our outcome of classes is not effective. So I believe this class is really good influence her. So that is my analysis and interpretation of the why low take action scores. どうですか、下先生? Is it okay? So this is result of the interviews. So next one, version I need to rush to the next one. Personally, actions. Personally, I might be confused about whether I'd want to use self-driving cars for various purposes, but I think I'd still choose to drive manually myself. After all, no matter how much technology advances, it won't become perfect. It's like dialectics. It evolves gradually, accessibilities keep improving, and it becomes easier for everyone to use. But when an accident seems imminent, I think it's better to make the decision myself rather than let the machine decide. If we leave everything to machine, security issues could arise. If a security breach happened and all the cars suddenly went high wire, that would be a huge problem. Considering the scale of managing everything, crimes exploiting, the system would be definitely emerge. I totally get the idea of feeling uncertain about whether my judgment is correct and then rely on machines because of that anxiety. But I think I'd definitely wonder afterward if that was right call. Either way, you'd be thinking about it. So he scared to make machine decide his decisions. So he wanted to make decision by himself. And I asked the background, why do you think so? Why do you think so? And he said, up until now, I thought about the foolishness of simple weapons of war and that kind of military technology, the dark side of it, through peace education in high schools. In the first class, here in this first class, hearing that even technology not directly involved can connect to this dark side. So ambiguity of the technology we taught them, and like how autonomous driving technology linked to autopilot systems, which then lead to drones with autopilot. If those were used for bombing or something like that, it made me realize that dark side exists. So it felt like things I've been thinking of separately suddenly connected. So in high school, in civic education textbooks also, they mention the ambiguity of technology. And through the peace education, he really concerns about the technology as a weapon. So previously he just thinking about it, but through our class, this is a really core challenging for humankind to create a peaceful world without concerning the technology applying, implementing, or developing we cannot create a peaceful world. So suddenly he could connect the peace education in high school days and this one. So his public sphere behavior change take action also very low, but he could improve the private sphere's actions. So he decided, I will not use autonomous vehicles because I want to make decision by myself. So I don't say this is a best selections, but at least he could connect the peace building and how to utilize the machine, the technology. Okay, so next one. Sorry. So this is the last slide and biggest challenge for us. So in my field, peace education field, powerlessness is the biggest challenge. So this GTCE curriculum, GTCE education classes, also this is the biggest challenge. Through the interview, I heard many times, and they said that we can't stop big companies anyway. So in the discussions in the class, also they say it. So they discuss a lot, but they still feel, who can stop big company? Toyota, Nissan, Mazda, big company. It's far from the university student. How reason? So we should reflect our classes from the bottom, step by step. Who can stop? How can stop? What I can do? So this very simple step, we should do it in the classes. Thank you very much. 15分だね。作っちゃったね。
Next, we are going to have Dr. Yuana to report on the case of Indonesia.
Okay, everyone. Well, I would like to present our report in Universitas Gadjah Mada, and here I would like to give a perspective from our experience in Yogyakarta, and I would like to connect it with GTC, Global Technological Citizenship, with STARE, which is interdisciplinary group of learning we develop in our university consists of science, technology, and art and international relations. So just a bit of introductions. I was doing my PhD in innovation and sustainability transitions, and this is my thesis available in the public library of Utrecht University, and it's also very much discussing about contestation and conflict about digital innovations. And I have interdisciplinary research interest, as Fujiwara Sensei mentioned before. I don't know whether I can call it interdisciplinary or I'm still trying to finding out, but I just love doing research and learning something new. And these are the current research project I'm doing currently ongoing, including the global technological citizenship. So I'm also managing editor for Global South Review Journal. This is an open access journal in our university. The idea is we want to cultivate knowledge and also perspective from Global South countries. So you are very much welcome to submit your paper here. So a bit of introductions of our universities. Universitas Gadjah Mada is located in Yogyakarta, not Jakarta, the capital city. That's always confused. But we are actually one of the oldest public university in Indonesia, enroll around 55,000 students with around 2,500 faculties member and staff. And in our Department of International Relations is one of the oldest IR program, founded in 1957. The idea originally was to train our future diplomats of the country, but now we're having more interdisciplinary curriculum, not only on diplomacy, but also on global politics, economic interdependence, governance, and so on. So I think the idea of having global technological citizenship in our department is very much aligned with the way we want to reimagine international relations, because usually when we learn about international relations, it's very much state-centric. For example, we want our students not only learn about how Donald Trump foreign policy, but we also want to learn that in understanding the US politics, also important to know like Elon Musk or like Sam Altman as a global political actors as well, because how their actions is also a global political actions. A second one also, we want to have more highlight of the global South knowledge, because in Indonesia we always learn theory from the West, but always the questions that we have is, can we have our own theory from the global South perspective? And also on the limited tools on studying IR, traditionally we only focus on diplomacy or foreign policies analysis, but what we want to have with the GTCE here is a much more a way to analyze technology. Art, for example, quite recently in Southeast Asia Uprising, how the Jolly Roger flag from Japanese anime One Piece is become a symbolic art of resistance, for example, and how can we embed it with international relations. So I'm just gonna be, I have already mentioned before what is there. This is a community learning we have in our university. The idea is to foster interdisciplinary learning from our students and also from our faculties that could have more, encourage collaborations among disciplines. And these are some our community in numbers. So we regularly organize webinars, online webinars. Also, we have around 16 authors who are contributing to our Stare Books project. And hopefully with the GTC later on, we can have more writing projects. And over 100 students and 2 journals has been published, research fellows, and around 180 members. So now I'm going to what is the correlations between the STARE community and global technological citizenship. I think first, both are actually emphasize ethical reflections on technology. I think what we always say to our students that technology is not politically neutral. So it's very important not only to understand what is the function or the impact of technology, but also we need to understand how it's being made, what kind of debate, what kind of ethical consideration are bringing bias to the technology. And these are our GTC class in Indonesia. Thankfully, we have Fujiwara Sensei and Nakaya Sensei came last May. And we have 2 days of short course with our students, around 25 students joining. And I think Fujiwara Sensei has mentioned before on the results and comparative analysis. I just want to show you one of the highlights from Indonesian's cases, or in our university at least. The first one is on this that I highlight red. Even with the new mobility technology, traffic accident cannot be completely eliminated. And in our university, somewhat it become one of how to say less or pessimistic. Like not all students, on average, students are disagree to it. But after doing the course, it's kind of improved a little bit. So it shows how the class also can improve somewhat optimistic to our students. And also the other one is new mobility technology are not almighty. This is also quite low score compared to others. But then during the class, we see even the score is lower. In the sense, I think students have more optimistic idea on technology after the course conducted. Okay, and the rest is pretty much similar. And these are some of our students' reflections. So it's really hard because there's a lot of reflections from our students, and I choose 3 of them because I think the first one shows that even if I'm studying international relations as my major, I could comprehend a lot of minor subjects in relation with these issues. I think in this sense, the short course has bring more clarity to our students, even though they are not very much have a background in engineering or technique, but I think the course helped them to have more interdisciplinary understanding. And the second one said that the methodology, the dialectic discussions, they found it become a template that made thinking much more systematic. And I think it's very important because I think the point of having discussion is not only saying our opinion, but it's also about how we can structure our thinking. And then the last one, they say that allow me not to only articulate my position, but also actively engage with opposing viewpoints. I think it's very much correlated with Nakaya Sensei's point on a private sphere. So I think understanding about public actions is also about how we can embrace more different perspective and allow us to have to make a decision that takes into account different perspective. So it's more about the mindset process of the students. So just to give a bit of reflections from me, what I appreciate from this course is the use of pre, interim, and post-test. I think that has been very much effective in showing how students' thinking shift when exposed to new insight on technology. And I also appreciate the class discussions, which also encourage deep reflection. I think what we have, the class discussion that we have is a combination between in-person discussion and the Zoom discussions. So I think having those hybrid discussions really helpful because then it allows students to have more physical interactions with their peers, but also they have more access to find evidence during the discussions. However, I think what is after the class, when I discuss it with students, they found that discussing about autonomous vehicles as one of the case studies is feel a bit distant because this is not something that they experience every day. They don't discuss about it every day. So this is part of our reflections. Perhaps we need a bit of more localized context when we discuss about technology, maybe finding technology that is close to the students. For example, maybe the online transportation or online taxis. And the recommendations that we have here is to make the curriculum more grounded and inclusive. As I mentioned before, maybe we can consider case studies from everyday technologies. And multi-stakeholders involvement is equally important. I was wondering whether we can also invite not only students, but perhaps technological developers, or perhaps policymakers, or the workers, AI workers, for example, could be joining this sort of like discussions and how it will really change or how it will really impact the industries. So that's the reflections, and this is what we propose, perhaps to continue developing the GTC model with the STAIR principles. In STAIR, we learn to pedagogy, which is estrangement. To learn something new, we need to feel more estranged first, and then world making. So not only having a world viewing, but we need to do actions, and that's the form of our world making process. And these are a photo from last May with Fujiwara Sensei and Nakaya Sensei, and with the infamous Hiroshima bag, blue and white. Okay, and a bit of plan for implementing GTC educations in our university. We plan to hopefully embed it into existing UGM course. We already embedded in our digital transformation course, and this semester we will embed it in the STAIR course. And hopefully the course will not only engage undergrad and graduate students. If it's possible, we are thinking to have more extended participants from youth, for example, in high school, or informal learning platforms to allow a more lifelong learning discussions. In another brief plan, also partnership is central. We still continue to expand our partnership and collaborations. We are trying to apply for multiple grants. Right now, we are applying for British Academy grant and Pulitzer Center grant. Hopefully, there are some good news from them. But I think what is remain challenging is the bureaucratic rigidity in curriculum. I think that's my questions before. How can we somewhat face how can we face this bureaucratic to nurture interdisciplinary space collaborations? So I think that's all. Just want to take one quote from a paper that I co-authored together about urban socio-technical futures. When we discuss about future imaginary, it was never purely about particular technology, but more about value and expectation of the technology to fulfill. At least in the case of Indonesia, it shows how non-technological aspect more prominent than technical aspect in the articulated socio-technical imaginaries. Thank you everyone for listening and have a good day.
Next up, we have Daphne on Wikipedia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Yuana Sensei. You take my time, so I think it's shorter my presentation. This is my report on GTC class in Banyuwangi, and I'm very grateful to be included in this research, Fujiwara Sensei and also Nakaya Sensei. And as Fujiwara Sensei mentioned before, that AV is a hot issue to discuss recently. Also, we know that global discussion in technology such as AI, AV, and smart innovation. However, in a rural classroom, this conversation may not exist at all. So how then do we understand and nurture global technological citizenship in this context? So before I explain my findings, our findings, let me first in Banyuwangi, let me first tell you about the place where I conducted the study. So we carried out study at the one classes at Universitas Islam Cordoba. This is a university located in a rural area of Banyuwangi in East Java. It is still, even though it is in Java as a main island, but it's in a rural area. So the transportation to go there even very tough by train and then by bus and then in rare time, etc. And most of the students came from the rural background and belong to middle to low income families. For many of them, access to advanced technology is very limited. And in some cases, such technology are far removed from their daily lives and even beyond their imagination. So the student, 21 students, belong also to education faculty and are enrolled in the ethics in the teaching profession class. So this is the context that I think it's important why we have to insert it, even global technological citizenship here. They are prospective teachers, and therefore it is important to empower them and with the knowledge, GTC knowledge and awareness, so that they can integrate ethical and responsible uses of technology into their future classroom. So I skipped to the reflection. I prepared some slide, but this is the situation where the class conducted. And I also conduct the class in 2 days. with the structure that following the structure of Fujiwara Sensei and Nakaya Sensei. And okay, let me skip. So yeah, this is the sorry. So this is a reflection based on the students' reflective essays. Excuse me. And in their reflective essays, the students shared how their views changed after the class. So the first point is about their understanding of global technological citizenship. And the other point about personal growth and shifting perspective. And the first point about their understanding of GTC, at the beginning, most of them thought of technology simply as the tool to make it life easier. But by the end, they recognize technology as a global force with serious ethical and social implication. This is one of the things that made me very contented in this class. And they began asking questions like, who benefit from this technology, who might be excluded, and 5 minutes, and what responsibility do we all share in a digital world? So, for example, discussion on the autonomous vehicles open their eyes to life and death ethical dilemmas embedded in algorithm. So the next reflection, when we ask about what is the most critical ethical challenge in technology, almost every reflection essay highlight access inequality as one of the biggest challenges in technology today. Several of them spoke very personally about this issue. So one student admitted, when I joined this class, I was very insecure because of my lack of knowledge. Another explained the challenge is unequal access to information technology. So others also point out the digital divide in Indonesia. So what this reflection shows is that students are very aware of the gap between global technological development and their local realities. For them, GTC means not only learning about advanced technologies, but also thinking about how to bridge the digital divide so that more people can participate equally in the digital world. So equality means something for them. So the last reflection based on the question, how will the lesson from this class influence their role as an educator? They have right response, but in short, the class was eye-opening not only for students, but also for me, also for the educators in Banyuwangi, as it highlighted the importance of tailoring the curriculum to the local context. So therefore, I provide some feedback and suggestion. In disparity in foundational skill, in cultivating critical thinking, and also the need for a contextualized curriculum. So I have to, I think, yeah. And this is a some feedback from GTC in Banyuwangi. I suggest to incorporate contextually grounded case studies. While theoretical discussion on AV are valuable, they can feel disconnected from students' reality. So to address this, the curriculum should introduce more examples of technology that are part of their daily life. I think same of with what Joanna Sensei mentioned. This touching the grass approach will make the ethical discussion more relatable and also scaffold the learning process. So for students who are still mastering basic digital tools, the curriculum should be structured to build foundation skill first. So the experience at Universitas Islam Banyuwangi shows that eye-opening moments can occur even when basic technologies, which should be leveraged rather than overlooked. So the curriculum could benefit from a module that first establishes a strong foundation of digital literacy and awareness before moving on to more complex, like cutting-edge topic. So the last, what I plan for implementing GTCE at Universitas Islam Cordoba Banyuwangi, and I'm now still teaching this teacher's ethics. We will solidifying the base knowledge, introducing localized case study, and also connecting local to global. I think that is for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next up, we have Dr. Safira to highlight the case of Indonesia.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, I hope you're not sleepy, right? It's very cold in here, and I know you're already had a lunch, but I hope you still can follow us. So after Dr. Yonita and Dr. Junita said about the application of the GTCE in their university, I think I just adding another information from the other's perspective, which is in Institut Teknologi Bandung, we had a similar exercise in last September for the master students. So however, the context of autonomous vehicle is quite related to our university. So maybe I just make it short. So in my understanding, maybe this is different with Nakaya Sensei expert and also Fujiwara Sensei. In a simple way, we can see a global technological citizenship as a capacity of citizen to critically assess, adapt, and shape technology with ethics, inclusivity, and responsibility. The essence of GTCE is balancing the technology, ethics, society. So I'm sorry if it's not suitable, but in our understanding, the goal is to empower citizens to engage, question, and also influence technology roles in their daily life. So it's not only for a specific case like autonomous vehicle. The GTCE itself, it can be applied to everyday aspect. So I think it's very important to apply in Indonesia because Indonesia itself is a fast adoption country, which is 210 million internet users, one of the largest digital economies in Southeast Asia. And we also have a rapid uptake of fintech and ride-hailing, also digital platforms. For example, this is also my PhD topics about the ride-hailing. Not only ride-hailing, we also have a lot of fintech of digital wallet, which is, I think in Japan also, you might hear about the QR code for paying that came from Indonesia. And given with others countries, we cannot use a credit card as easy as in Japan, but we can use this kind of digital payment. But to apply this kind of technology in Indonesia, it's very difficult due to the first regulation lags behind the innovation. In case of online transportation already available since 2014, but the regulation itself until this day, the government doesn't have any specific rules or the regulation how to manage all this kind of innovation. The second one, we still have uneven infrastructure, urban versus rural. Like the picture on your right side, many areas in Indonesia doesn't have the good internet access. Even in the city, in my city itself, the speed of internet is only I think 20% compared to Japan. And also informal transportation and labor system is dominate in Indonesia. We cannot rely on the formal sector, and the socioeconomic inequality shapes the access. So regarding to the context of autonomous vehicles that apply in Institute Teknologi Bandung, autonomous vehicles, in my understanding, is a symbol of disruptive technology, which raised the key issue is in ethics, safety, accessibility, and the governance. Which has some opportunity and also some risk. With the opportunity is to reduce the accident, especially human error. Like yesterday, I offered Nakaya Sensei, I can replace you to drive, but Sensei doesn't trust me because in Indonesia we can buy the license. Yeah, and it's impact the human error. So many accident and also fatality. But the autonomous vehicles try to reduce the accidents, increase the accessibility, especially for the elderly and also the disabled people, improve the efficiency and the green mobility. But we also face some risks, including the system failure, accident, and also the high cost, which is in Indonesia, not only autonomous vehicle, electric vehicle also is very expensive in Indonesia. Okay. In the global context, the pilots project in Japan, US, and Europe promised the fewer accidents, improve mobility, and reduce congestion. But in Indonesia context, it's very difficult to apply because, as you can see, in Indonesia, we have some AV trial in some city in near Jakarta, which is controlled by private. But the reality, most of Indonesian urban area in Indonesia is very chaotic. Informal transportation and limited infrastructure, and also the weak regulation. The behavior of the transportation is not same with the developed country. So I just want to introduce our activity that happened last year. So we have Fujiwara Sensei and Nakaya Sensei visit in Italy. We divide the master student into 5 groups, and each group will debate about this multi-perspective, including safety, trust, accessibility and inclusion, security and governance. The outcomes of our activity is to have the context-sensitive solution for Indonesia. Maybe I will move fast for this part. I will show 5 changes shifting from each group. The first one, the group A, they have a shift perspective from the first day to the last day. The first day, they think about the autonomous vehicle, they concern about the safety and human control. And the last day, they're thinking about the independency, inclusivity, and affordability solution. It shows movement from the technical safety focus to the social equity focus. For the second group, the first day, they think about the sensor adaptation and the technical feasibility and change into the accessibility and social inclusion. It shows the movement from the technical engineering lens to the human-centered and equity lens. Sorry. The third group, however, it came from the safety and driver filigins, which changed to the accessibility and the mobility improvement. It consistently emphasized the role of infrastructure integration. The fourth group, from the cybersecurity and privacy concern, moved into the infrastructure design and transport equity concern, which show the changes from the technology center risk lens to the policy and governance lens. And the last group shows the progression from the technical fix to the human-centered and robust accessibility solution. From the students, we learn that there's some concern that happen in Indonesia if you want to apply this kind of technology, including the partial automation, sensor, trust and integration, cybersecurity, and also accessibility to the blind. Which is the main insight, we found that the technology is not absolute. Benefit and risk also coexist. Local context, it's better, as well as Dr. Yona and Junita said that in the Indonesia context, the AVU may face some unique challenges because it's still far from our capacity. And also ethics and inclusivity are critical as a technical progress and the analytical approach works. Students need to learn how to balance the optimism with the realism. And our reflection, especially in Institute Technology of Bandung, we found out that if this kind of education and curriculum want to apply, ITB is one of the leading institutions in science, technology, and planning. So it can be applied, especially with the case-based pedagogy. So a student can debate the real-world dilemmas, including the AI versus the autonomous vehicles, have more critical thinking skills, including the construction of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And we can have different and interdisciplinary approach, including the technological, ethical, and also society. So for the future direction, we suggest about the broadened case, not only for autonomous vehicle, but also we can apply it to the fintech, gig economy, AI, and also climate technology. Embedded the inclusivity and participatory governance in the curriculum, and expand the pedagogy into the project-based learning, simulation, and also reflective practice. In my view of points, we saw that beyond the classroom, by using this kind of curriculum and the pedagogy, we can encourage the student to lead the initiative, especially in policy lab and debate club, hackathons and innovation challenge, and also community outreach project, which is very feasible to apply in Bandung because Bandung is one of our smart city program, like a living laboratory for this kind of project. And especially in Institute Technology Bandung, we have the like a minor and specialization framework to formalize GTCE as our formal curriculum. By expand through the national academic networks, we can also have another collaboration with other Indonesian university. I think ITB can play a role as the hub for the GTC education, especially for the transportation topics. Bandung as a smart city laboratory can encourage this kind of topics and system, but we need to face the reality if we won't apply the technology. We have a very narrow street, highly topography, and even internet connection and informal transportation domination. So this kind of challenges needs to be handled first before we apply the real case of our topics, including the physical constraint, environmental risk, infrastructure gap, and also social complexity. So the technological optimism must meet the social technical reality. So for closing my speech, so for the GTCE, we need to find a balance between technology, ethics, and society. Indonesia's urban and transportation reality, especially in Bandung, make GTCE highly relevant to be applied. And ITB, Institute Technology of Bandung, has existing capacity, including the flexibility of changes in the curriculum, with the minor specialization and many flexible courses to embed GTCE as a formal curriculum. And we hope with collaboration with the Hiroshima University, it's the pathway to globally connected the curriculum, especially for GTCE. And for the vision forward, we may equip students as responsible, inclusive, and critical global citizenship, build ITB and HU partnership as a model of Southeast Asian GTC education. And this is our documentation from last year activity. And that's all my presentation. Thank you for listening. Have a good day. Thank you.
Now we welcome Dr. Son to report on the case of Korea.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Korea, Incheon. Well, unlike others, this is kind of expansion of the original one, actually. And it's because, after having pilot program in March, actually in May, I have a short version of GTC education in my class. It's very short version. It only took 3 hours. So very short version. And I will report the result of the pilot programs. And probably I might have made some mistakes. So let's look at it without Professor Fujiwara and Professor Nakaya. How can we handle this program? So that is my focus today. And actually, I applied GTC curriculum into our smart logistics education. I will explain it about it. Well, international university, actually, we have specialties in logistics and supply chain management. It's because, well, the location of our campus is nearby airport, seaport, and global business hub and so as well. So the location is designated as a free economic zone and the smart city as well. So students are quite familiar with smart technologies as well. It's urban city and smart city as well. Also, we have we have many education grants from government. For example, Brain Korea and DNA Plus and RISE. The reason why we have this kind of multiple education grant from government is that the government want to change the curriculum of the current Korean universities. Well, in the era of AI, actually we need to change our teaching, how we teach students. Probably we need to move to more practical ones, or maybe we need to adopt more project-based learning. So we are currently in the middle of changing our curriculum. So GTC curriculum fits into our program changes as well. So this is our plan for the next year. So we will have a few more PBL-based classes from next year. For example, first year students, they will have a creative design of a logistics system. However, they don't have any prior background or understanding of the current technologies. So maybe we are going to let them think about the technology without any prior experience. And then third year and fourth year, we will have more advanced project-based learning classes. So in March, Professor Fujiwara and Professor Nakaya delivered the pilot program into our graduate students. And then I actually adopted this class, this curriculum into my class, Smart Logistics, Introduction to Smart Logistics. Well, it's for first year students. And this is the photo taken from the pilot program in March. And okay, I will skip this one. So we are actually looking at smart logistics technology, AI, or autonomous vehicle or automated warehouses. So we have this kind of robotic facilities inside our university. So usually we focus on the advancement of technology and the merit of new business models and new startups. So we usually look at the positive side of technology advancement. However, as we witnessed today, there are some risk or global perspective in this technology advancement. So this GTC curriculum is really important for us. So in May, actually, I adopted this curriculum into my class, Introduction to Smart Logistics. So I had 2 sessions. First session is about ethics and dialectic risk communication and safety and security issues. And the second session, we look at a global perspective, like in Indonesian things, like some divided between urban and rural areas, or sometimes infrastructure may have different perspective. So we look at the issues, and then we have some discussions and pre-test and post-test. Okay, and then Professor Fujiwara actually gave us test questionnaire, and I will categorize it into a few multiple categories. This is totally different from the original ones because I didn't have any idea about that questionnaire classification. So this is my own version of classification, and since we are very running out of time, I will skip to the conclusion here. If you look at here, or after having 2 sessions of 3-hour class, the changes in behavior section, for example, the upper part is all about perception and their intention to change. So even with this 3-hour class, the student actually changes a lot. However, if you look at the bottom one, it's about the technology and worldview and their understanding of the technology, changing nothing, quite similar. So what it means is that even with very short version of GTC curriculum, students actually think they need to change. So this is quite important lesson from my short version of pilot programs. Also, if you look at the responsibility section, in the beginning, students actually look at engineers' responsibility. And citizen responsibility goes down after having that GTC curriculum. They think that, okay, this is a responsibility of engineers who make this problem, this innovation. So I concluded that, well, probably even though we need to look at advancement of technology and we need to look at what develop or advanced technology, well, we need small amount of time to look at the bad side or the merits of the technology itself. This is the lessons I get from the pilot test. So the next step at INU is that probably this academic year, we have 2 colleagues from my university. So they are in charge of undergraduate programs. So we will have some discussions about adoption of GTC curriculum into our university. And then we will look at, we'll change the material a little bit to reflect Korean characteristics. So probably next year we will have more multiple classes with this curriculum as well. So our proposal is that probably it might be better to have a global capstone project class, like using online like Zoom meeting. We can have simultaneous class between universities, so we can deliver some countryside comparison analysis, that kind of things. Also, my suggestion is that we need to make more case studies. When we apply this curriculum into our students, their background was quite different. So before having this kind of education, if we have online materials like technology explanation, what is AV or what is AI, so they need to understand the technological perspective of that, advancement. So we need some online material first, and then having that online materials, we can have, discussion sessions later. So what we are going to do is that we'll make a case bank, like, AV or AI, whatever, technology advancement. We will make some case materials about that, and then we will have discussion session later. That is our intention, plan for the next year. And thank you for your listening.
No moderator.
Next, we have Dr. On to report on the case of the next. Yes.
Well, I think join meeting. And then meeting on meeting, so.
Can you use the materials inside the booklet? Can you?
Oh, I can bring my USB. USB is okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
さっき送ってくれたやつでいいですか？
Did you change?
Did you say
Slightly,
something?
but yeah, it's okay. No problem. Yeah.
いくなったっけ？
So, メール見てくださ
いや、もうこれつないでるんですよ。先生の、マテリアルの。
い。メールで見たやつでしょ？
その
Yeah, okay. Okay. これを共有。Okay. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. Sorry about that. Okay, so I think my computer connect directly. Okay, it is not. Okay, my name is Sokong. I'm from the University of North Texas. So my university is located near Dallas. Okay, so north of Dallas. Sorry, mile north of Dallas. So I'm only one guy who come from the College of Business. Many of you from the College of Engineering. So that's why the perspective is slightly different. So yeah, this is the contents of my slides. Very briefly, I would like to say summarize the sessions of GTC at my university. So yeah, but I have several post feedback from the students. So they are very they're satisfied, and then they satisfied to see the different cultural backgrounds, professors from Japan, Professor Fujiwara and Nakaya. So it is promote to them the critical thinking, I think, and then the Professor Fujiwara Nakaya gave us the two subtitle. It is accessibility and safety, and then later on, finally, my department chair and I conclude why not we develop more international classes, international joint classes, or study abroad classes. Okay, so.
This is general overview of my slides and experience of the classes at UNT, University of North Texas.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You can see.
You can continue.
Sorry about that. This make you wake up. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So this is a testimony of the students. So one student gave me a feedback. So he said, I did enjoy the research from the Japanese autonomous vehicle study, Japanese scholars, Professor Ujara and Nakaya, and perhaps more opportunity arise. I think it would be beneficial for students. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for your coming. So, but they are staying very shortly. Okay, so from Japan to United States, maybe 15 hours flights, but they stayed only 2 days. Very tired schedule. But even though the students receive, very phenomenal presentations. So thank you very much. This is a photo proof. My class is one of my classes is capstone classes. Normally my students maximum 10. Okay, so and then the other class is for the senior classes. Senior class is 15 to my students are very small size, but it is good. Okay, so and then we took a photo front of my university college, and then we met again in March 2025 in Incheon with Professor Song. Okay, so yeah, two topics gave to them: accessibility and safety and security. They don't understand very well what is accessibility, what is safety and security, but they do not understand what is direct okay, with communications. Okay, but they are accustomed to use the word, but the time is very short. But anyway, okay, so they give. I summarize it very briefly like this. Okay, so how I make a smaller. Okay, you can see. Okay. Based on their report, I summarize very. Blue circle is kind of the thesis, and then red circle is anti-thesis. If you take a look at the blue one, so they point up very easily. Okay, so in terms of safety, okay, so autonomous vehicles have non-drivers or impaired drivers, and the drivers will have a problem, health concerns, and then the autonomous vehicles give us the faster arrivals. They're very easily found. Okay, what is the benefit of autonomous vehicle? And then also they found very easily what is antithesis. Okay, what is a disadvantage to apply to autonomous vehicles, such as the unmapped areas. Okay, I discussed very frequently with students unmapped areas and hybrid approach human operators. I gave them several cases. It means as you know, the North Texas, such as Dallas and Austin, and then Phoenix, and then California, San Francisco, Waymo and Tesla, okay, operated right now. But Tesla is some, Waymo very widely applied, those kind of things. But they still have struggling about the unmapped areas, but the unmapped areas is not many. But the main problems is a hybrid approach. What is hybrid approach? Tesla still have an operator, okay? But Dr. Chanel, who mentioned of the legal issues, because of the legal issues, Tesla have an operator. Okay, so because of liability. And then Waymo, what is the problem of the Waymo in terms of that? So I participated with TRB 2 years ago. At the moment, the Waymo presented many things in many history, many story in San Francisco. What are the problem in San Francisco? Of course, many accidents, but also every 3 to 5 miles, one controller is behind the scene. We cut the operator, we cut the drivers, but still someone who control. Okay, so yeah, but we cut the one drivers, but we have many other controllers behind the scene. Tesla still have operators in terms of liability, legal issues. Okay, so you still have problem, regulatory issues and trust issues. Yeah, many of Americans who Texan also do not get trust. Even Texas is very open to new technology. And then safety perceptions, malfunction risks. Okay, but they take very easily. Okay, what is thesis? What is antithesis? But very difficult to reach. okay, synthesis. Okay, they want to conclude synthesis with blue circles. Okay, still they are favor to do technology. It means, okay, they of course, that is why I say to you, I'm from the college business. College business, they are not engineers. They do not think the problem of engineering issues. Okay, so but they want to conclude as a synthesis with positivities, with synthesis issues. So very interesting. Okay, so still, of course, that is why the education training and then needed to understand. Okay, so and then you give me the questions like this. What areas of courses can be improved? As I said, normally I teach 2 classes. Okay, every semester the same classes to teach. Okay, my teaching classes is aviation logistics and supply chain management. Okay, take a look. Of course, we can apply robotics and neurosciences as Dr. Shina pointed out today. But as my transportation areas, okay, recently I have a research project with Dallas Fort Worth Airport. Dallas Fort Worth Airport want to apply autonomous vehicles. Okay, I think autonomous vehicles apply at first. Limited areas will be perfect, will be excellent. To public, still there are legal issues. So that's why I bring these cases with my students, and then more easy to understand what is autonomous vehicles, how much autonomous could impact on positively and negatively. So we can, Dr. Song bring the smart logistics, but I'll bring autonomous vehicles at the logistics area and in the airport. Okay, so like this, and then so the other discussions will be in the panel discussions. But lastly, I want to show you my survey. Why I started my survey? I want to see how much familiarity impact on the actions. Okay, Professor Hujara already concludes. Knowledge impact to skill positively, and then skill impact to positive action. It means knowledge through skills impact positively to actions. So that's why I want to see how much familiarity impact on the actions. So I do the survey. Thank you very much. Your help of Dr. Fujiwara and Dr. Song in Japan, Dr. Naga in Japan, and then Korea. So I collected 88 samples. Okay, so and then of course my samples biased to younger generations, and then less experience with the work. Okay. I found a very interesting thing in here. Okay. If you take a look at the mean value, the smallest mean value is less than 3 or slightly higher than 3. It means they are not, okay, the familiar itself to the autonomous vehicles. And then, but anyway, so take a look at the Q2, okay? Q2 is how often do you, as I mentioned to you, there are dividing exist to understand, to acquire the knowledge. Okay, Indonesia, United States, Japan, Korea are different. But in same time, in the United States also, as you know, maybe from my home to university is 5 miles, 8 kilometers, but there are no traffic signs. Normally I travel 30 minutes to 40 minutes from my home to other areas to dine. 30 minutes, during the 30 minutes, there are no traffic lights. I can drive 80 miles per hour. But in Korea, Japan are different situations. That's why I want to see, okay, take a look, Q2, how often do you drive in city areas? In the United States, number 1, United States, number 2, Japan and Korea. Majorly United States students, but in the United States, especially those Texas, all of students have a car. Okay, if you come to my universities, the car garage is huge buildings, but all of cars are students' car, and then the students' car have trucks, big car, not a small car. Okay, they drive all days city. Now I want to see how much drive behavior impact on the actions. Okay, to adopt the new technology advanced. And then take a look, Q7 is the main concerns. Okay, Korean concern more car accidents, and then Japanese and American, not much like the Korean concerns about the accidents. It means they believe more, okay, autonomous vehicles in terms of trust. And then next, as I mentioned to you earlier, there are gender divides. Of course, my sample coming from majorly from male, and then some for female, but sample size already biased, but that is why I applied non-parametric test. Even non-parametric test give us there are gender bias exist, but our education and training have to be differently applied to gender-based. Okay, of course, gender-based, and then same time, take a look at another table is Q1 to Q8. It means higher familiarity. That is why education, that is why these kind of education are important. Okay, so we educate more, we training more. They have an intention to apply more new technology. Okay, without the training and educations, people who don't want to apply these kind of new technology. Of course, today, this morning, we'll discuss the LC, okay? Ethical issues, legal issues, and then social issues are exist. Okay, legal issues are other issues, but ethical issues also. But in terms of the ethical issues, utilitarian and then max mean or egalitarians, the American people, American students, they wanna more maximize the utility, so they are more utilitarian. Of course, we have to put the more questions on this in here to see what type of their approach as ethical issues. But anyway, this kind of very shallow research result. But I want to add some this kind of research. If you give me the opportunity of this to develop more to the other countries. Okay, anyway, thank you very much for your attention.
And finally, we welcome Dr. Son to report on the case of Vietnam.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce a little bit. I think that everyone already take a look on the autonomous vehicle, but for the Vietnam, I think that maybe a lot of you don't know about the FINICA. So let me introduce firstly about the FINICA University and academic training at the FINICA University, as well as the scientific technology and innovation at the FINICA University. And the last one is GTC activity in Vietnam. So first of all, about the FINICA University, I think that FINICA University is belong to FINICA Group. So inside FINICA Group, we have the 4 areas working on. The first is industrial. So in industrial, we have the around 25 companies under the industrial area. And the most famous is Vico Stone. This the third largest quartz stone in the world right now. And for the technologies, we focus almost on the autonomous technologies, includes autonomous vehicle. And for healthcare, we are now have 2 hospitals in Hanoi. It's already open one, and one will be open very soon. And for education and training, we have the school and we have the university. And this is the FINICA ecosystem. So under the FINICA group, we use education and training as a center. And we provide the transfer and internship to the subsidy. And also for the subsidy, we work very closely with the research and the institute center. And we try to make the technology system and human resource together. And for FINICA University, we have the mission to be an innovation university. And actually, it's a quite new university in Vietnam. So actually, we just bought the university from 2017. So around 7 years. But we already increased to the a very big university in Vietnam right now. We are in our top 10 university in Vietnam with a lot of awards. And up until now, we have more than 1,000 staff members, and with the 14 hectares, and we have more than 33,000 students right now, and almost staff, more than half staff have the PhD holder. And here's some picture of the infrastructure in Phenica University. Maybe welcome one of you if you have time to be in Hanoi. So please visit our university. And we also have a lot of student activity. We have joined a lot of network like the Sustainable Development Solution Network, P2A, Valoma, and so on. And we also got a lot of fund, international fund like British Council, USAS, Fulbright, and so on. For academic and training, we have the Phenica 5 school under the Phenica University. We have the School of the Engineering, School of the Computing, School of the Economic, and School of Language Study. And we also have the Japanese study inside the School of the Language. And we also have the Phenica School of the Medicine and Pharmacy, School of the Education, International Education, and some faculty belong to the university. And if you want to look at in detail, so we also have a lot of faculty inside the school. And for undergraduate program, we have a lot like the diversity, a lot of the area. And we really want to combine them together to work together for the some scientific research. And for graduate, postgraduate program, we also have the master program and PhD program in almost area. For international joint program, we have the UAE Bristol joint 2+2 program, and we also have the 2+2 program with Chinese language, 2+2 program with the Korean language. Unfortunately, not Japanese. For the design and technology and innovation, as you can see that we are trying to be the innovation university. So we have a lot of the product related to the technologies. So here is some company under the Phenica University focus on the autonomous thing. So we also have the AMR, autonomous mobile robot, is work inside of the factory. We have the AMR outside. So this is the autonomous delivery robot. So we are now also export to some country in the world. We also have the level 4 autonomous driving vehicle inside. So we are now running and working with some bus company to make the autonomous bus. We also have the people's reception robots or assistant robot is also work autonomously. And we have some company related to the smart school or smart hospital for the school and hospital management system. For the research, we have a lot of key laboratory such as nanosensor, high energy, nanomaterial, medicine, intelligent communication, and so on. So for the potential research group, actually we have a lot of group related to, but mostly focus on the artificial intelligence. And for spin-off, up until now, we have the 6 spin-off under Phenica University. And we have some company already export the product to the commercial. So really hope that someday we can export to the Japan. And for research and institute, we have the 3 research and institute focus on the different topic. For example, the Phenica Institute for Advanced Study or Nano Institute in the principal social research. Actually, the Center Interdisciplinary for Social Research is we are top 3 in Vietnam right now for this area. And focus on the this DC activity in Vietnam. So actually, we also signed the MOU between Phenica University and Hiroshima University on April 2024. And after that, we have the short training course on global technology citizenship by the Fujiwara Sensei. And actually, it's an honor to have the Fujiwara in our laboratory and also give some lecture here. And we already do some kind of the fellowship concept, student based on ethics and social impact, and also case study of the Japan and Vietnam example focus on autonomous driving, smart city, and close disciplinary teamwork and short presentation. And it's a very good resource in Phenica University with a lot of discussion, debates, communication, and critical thinking, and so on. Thank you very much, Viviana Sensei. And we also have another activity why we apply the autonomous vehicle running and also doing the questionnaire survey in both Japan and Vietnam to see how people thinking about new technologies. And we already published 2 SCI journal related to the mobility experiment trends for analyze travel behavior decision employing for share electric autonomous vehicle, and also the transformer impact of share autonomous vehicle for the first and last mile mobility. And we also have 2 paper peer review international conference proceeding also related to that topic. So thank you very much for everything. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Song. So now we have the session. If any question or comment, could you please specify to whom your question is listed?
Thank you very much. And I have 2 questions to speakers. And firstly, I would like to ask the Dr. Safiga and the other, and of course, and you mentioned about the details, explain details of the Indonesian context and try to the GE so and GTCE and particularly that are interested in the equal situation and the unequal infrastructure situation between the urban and the rural area. And so I guess that there's a gap of the recognition and attitude between the rural and the urban area student and also in Indonesia. So that how to bridge the gaps between the recognition of urban students. So and because this point can be seen as a key part to the cultural ethical sense of the student and how to embed technology to the society in the local context. So, do you have any ideas?
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, for the question. Yeah, that's the actual condition of Indonesia. It's not only on the education, but for the basic services, basic daily activities. We have a huge gap. Basically, the economy, the basic economy between the urban and rural is very different. To bridge the gap between the for the student especially, I think those kind of innovation in the especially in the digital context only can be seen and available in the urban area. In our rural area, student only can see from maybe their social media and also from some kind of video or simulation, not really simulation like we know in our field, but just like story for them. So I think even for the urban area, the kind of autonomous vehicle still far to be applied. And I think to facilitate student in the rural area, we need to fulfill their basic needs first. Because our facility in rural area, maybe Dr. Yuan and Dr. Junta can add more about the facility of education in the rural area. It's still far from our standard. Yeah, I think that's from me. Maybe do you have any additional information from the education part?
Just want to add that the gap between urban and rural, I think not only about knowledge, but also the gap of power and privilege, because it's about in rural area which knowledge are matters, which knowledge are considered as valid knowledge, for example. So the gap actually creates sort of like class division between urban student and rural student. And that's very much validated by Dr. Junita presentations, when in rural area, when we bring a technology that is based on urban society, the rural student will feel more inconfidence, they feel more incompetence, they feel more insecure, because this is a technology that mostly familiar in urban context. So in terms of how to bridge this, I think first of all, we need to understand the power divisions between urban privilege and rural insecurities. So maybe if we want to apply this curriculum in rural area, the focus or the goal is how can we improve the confidence from the students, because the lack of their access makes them insecure. But I don't know, maybe this is something that we need to try it out. But for the urban students, I think the idea or the goal is how to make them realize that their position is in privilege, and how can they use this privilege, or how can they be more humility by also not considering that their given technology is normal technology, but maybe to encourage them to also appreciate the everyday technology that happen in rural area, appreciate the knowledge from the rural people who might have more local wisdom or indigenous wisdom from the cultures. Yeah.
Well, that is very in that point, I think. So because that Dr. Yuana also mentioned about the key concepts such as good imaginaries, and yeah, that is a very important concept for the SES, right? However, that your story also mean and indicates that there is different imaginaries between the rural and urban areas. So I just my curiosity about it's such kind of different imaginary social imaginary between the countries nationwide. So we bring some gaps of ideas and anticipation to the technologies and the expectation to the technology among the people, right? So so is there any typical difference of the imaginaries also the technologies and particularly focusing on the autonomous driving and so on, so that between the urban and the rural area in Indonesia? Yeah,
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I was working on Silajasan of socio-technical imaginaries, which really makes sense for Korea technology. So in our paper, we were actually trying to how can we make the imaginaries, technological imaginaries, to be more plurals? How can we pluralize the technological imaginaries? What we found in our research is that imaginaries can also be diverse based on their time horizons. So there are some short-term imaginary, medium-term, and long-term. And what we find the correlations between time horizon and social power is that the higher power of a person, it will increase the time horizons. Let's say, for example, if these people are in a high positions, powerful positions, they will have 20 to 25 imaginaries. But for people with limited access, limited power, their imaginary will only shorten into less than 5 years, maybe even for 1 month of what should I do in the next day, for example.
So what I learned from this research is that when we want to consider about socio-technical imaginaries, we also need to consider and take into account these short-term imaginaries. Socio-technical imaginary is not only about something long-term, but about also the everyday imaginaries, short-term imaginaries. That these imaginaries, I think, is also important, and we need to take that into account to make the imaginary more inclusive.
Thank you very much. Okay, that I have another question to the Dr. Song. Right? Yeah, yes. So, and my question is about, I found that very interesting because that there, well, if we have only limited time for the courses, however, that it will have somehow effect to the student and to the change the sense of their skill and their kind of their citizenship and the technology, right? So however, I guess that you already have further idea to promote the student the changing with the limited time of the course. So that do you have any ideas for the next time and for the next course for the limited times?
Well, actually, it depends on their background, actually, now. For example, our undergraduate students, they are quite familiar with smart technology, even though they're first year student, but still, they have a lot of seminars, classes together. So they also know about, the ethics about the legal issues as well. So without this kind of, a short-term class, they already know about, the good and bad aspect, both aspect of technology. So I think, this kind of curriculum might be a starting point or ignition of, their ethical thinking. So without this official one, probably they know about, bad aspect of technology, but still they need to focus. They usually focus on positive aspect of technology. They focus on development of technology. However, if we just tell them, hey, look at this is Indonesia and this is Vietnam and this is war and this is dual use of technologies. So some technology may have different negative aspect. Just tell them, then they change. So even though we have some classes, their worldview or their skill level might not change that dramatically. However, if we talk about ethics and well, this bad aspect, and the global perspective, they change dramatically. So it's not a matter of time we spend on their education. It's about our interest and our ignition. That might be one of my idea.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for the experts from Indonesia, so anybody can answer. So my question is regarding the ethics of decision making and how the Western philosophies like egalitarianism or Maximin principle were taught. I wanted to understand whether some Eastern philosophies or local philosophies of that country might be more effective to change behavior or to inculcate this dialectic risk communication. Are there such philosophies in Indonesia, or I just wanted to understand your opinion on would such locally rooted philosophies, which might not have been studied,
Okay, that's very intriguing questions. Thank you. I mean, for this research, we don't have used that ethical considerations, but I think that's a potential pathway forward. I think right now, because I'm also interested in decolonizing sustainable transitions, and the idea is how can we have more highlight to indigenous knowledge in Indonesia. And I think, like, let's say one of the research that we are doing right now is on Warga. Warga is the Balinese seasonal calendar systems, but it's not only about the calendar, but it's all about how the Warga is a formula to guide the human to connect with the nature. So in Warrigal, for example, every day there is a mathematical formula. What is the good thing to do? What is the bad thing to do? And in terms of education, I think if, I don't know, this is somewhat my hypothesis. If we want to highlight this Warrigal, for example, we might have more like, as you mentioned, indigenous ethical considerations that connect more human with the nature. Because in Warrigal, for example, they have each week guidance of, for example, in this week you cannot harm any 4-foot animals, for example, and next week you cannot harm any plantations, for example. But that is like very surface knowledge. I think if we want to find further, maybe the philosophy will be about understanding that this time is not only about guiding where you are, but time is about what is good to do and what is bad to do, like finding auspicious day, yeah, guidance of good and bad. But that's just my hypothesis right now.
I want to just one more comment for the question of the Dr. Shinya, Dr. Song. So limited time. So yeah, our classes should also very limited. So on and 20 minutes for each, and then two for 40. But in terms of technology, okay, so I think my students, they are perceived very well in terms of technology, okay, autonomous because they have experience from the 16 years old driving experiences, and they're always discussion of the Tesla and Waymo in the United States. But the problem is an ethical approach. How to do ethical approach? How to understand utilitarian and maximalist process, and then egalitarian approach, those kind of things. And furthermore, a dialectical approach also very difficult to them. I remember that you said to me that the students don't understand what is a dialectical. So, yeah, but we easily say the critical thinking. Okay? But how to promote critical thinking to students? Okay, so in ethical point of view and then other point of view, I think it is of course in my classes you two scholars from Japan give them very different perspective. Okay, so American. Okay, so Texan is Texan. So that is why it also promotes critical thinking to them. But how logically approach to improve the critical thinking, it takes time, I think. So very good point.
We need to go. Any questions or comments from the audience or online participants?
I just want to ask one very simple questions to you. The result of your
So, and question to the data chart.
data chart. The lowest one is interest of technology. The lowest one, too low, interest in technology.
Well, yeah. Okay. Yep. No. Share on assets.
Share on essential.
Yeah. So actually, you mentioned that earlier, right? So they are hesitated to share any idea of assets.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. That's all.
Any other questions from presenters or from on-site participants? Then let me conclude the country reports. So please join me again in giving all the presenters a big round of applause. can we move on to the panel discussion, or do you guys need a short break? Short break. So then, can we come back in 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Hi. We are resuming at 3:30.
Wow. It's like the game. So many interesting.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting.
Very tense.
And we realize we visited many places.
Yeah.
But did you have a chance to deliver the class by yourself? Not yet.
more real voices to be heard by the students. This would be mentioned by Professor Alfani and then Professor Song. And particularly say, if I refer to the automated vehicles, automated bus, I got surprised to watch the recent news broadcasted by one of the local news networks in Hokkaido about the decrease of the number of the buses over there, and then also the driver shortage. So it will be very much important for them to make it sure to have some transportations for sure. So certainly I know the debate about the necessity or relevance of introducing the automated buses. The listening to the real voices by the local residents, governmental officers, regardless of whether they support or not, probably that kind of putting themselves in the real context would be quite critical. And also turning to the modesty and learning, the Professor Nakaya mentioned about the students' modesty, and one of the students tried to saturate her knowledge until the good amount, unless that probably she would restrict herself from speaking publicly. That is wonderful attitudes. Modesty is demonstrated, but also it comes back to the matter of the perception about what the learning is. Is someone not able to speak until everybody agrees that this person has the perfect knowledge? Does that time come? So we may have to challenge the notion about what the learning is, what the knowledge holding would be among the students. Simultaneously, having said that, the critique is a very difficult work. I recently had a conversation with the colleagues from the Warwick Medical School in the University of Warwick. And even the medical students have the struggle to critique other people's opinion, particularly between the peer and peer. So this would be something that we have to consider further. And alternatively, the hesitancy for the students to speak out, it can be because of, I hope not, but too much individualism. This morning, I had a conversation with my wife, and then my sister-in-law, according to my wife, got on the train recently in Kobe, and then one passenger they fell down. And then driver started to communicate with the other passengers on the car that fell down passenger was on. But nobody replied, even though the driver insistently asked the question. So what the number of the car cabin? What is the number? What is the number? No one responded. In such an emergency, urgent situation, they try to protect themselves by keeping the silence. Is it because of this kind of attitudes or another reason? I hope this is not the one. But in considering the recent nature of the students, there might be some possibility or risk for having this kind of individualism as well. Then turning to simultaneously the topic regarding the powerlessness, I have really got inspired by the opinions given by Professor Nakaya, and I hope that it wouldn't be led to the failure or the cynicism. But if I try to analyze, particularly the Japanese context, it may be because of the historical failure of the civil activism. If we take a look at Asian countries, such as recently what happened in Indonesia, it was a really strong strike, and in Thailand, Myanmar, and of course Korea. The students, university students in particular, they are the trigger pillars. If they are angry, the entire society would be boiled up. In Japan as well, in 1960s and 70s, but they failed. They were suppressed down by the authority, the governments. The one journalist, whose expertise is the student activism in Japan 1960s and 70s, Koji Takazawa, said he feels really, really empathetic to the youngster. You may not believe, but I had the time of being 20s. I was 25, 26 or
don't have confidence to speak out. So
Yes.
that is the reasons, main reasons.
So that comes to the matter of the question of the lack of confidence about their knowledge is important. It's represents a modesty of the person. Simultaneously, when the saturation of the knowledge comes, when would it be possible for them to have the confidence? What I'm afraid is that I don't have confidence, then forget.
But in her case, in Japanese cases, they keep studying. Confidence but not forget. So until they feel confident, they keep studying and fighting inside and discuss with others. But the social activity is not so be trained as mentioned in the last slide. So in Canada and in USA, there are so many assignments to make students take action in community. And there are several, they measure how, Indonesia also, they teach how to demonstrate in proper way. It is very interesting, right? But in Japan, in the social studies textbook, they don't mention any actions by society, by citizens. We don't learn how to take actions. That is a biggest problem and weakness in Japanese educations. So we are controlled not to take actions intentionally.
And I think it would be historically rooted. I think the failure experience in 1960s and 70s made a huge difference. Probably at that time, it was a unique time. For the majority of the cases throughout the entire history, probably the Japanese citizens were forced to be silent. That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah.
One more, sir?
Sure.
Okay. No, it's okay. Next.
That's it.
That's okay. Okay, thank you. You perfectly wrap up our talk. Yeah, thank you very much. Matthew, you comment?
Yes. So I'll keep it short. First of all, thank you to Nakaya Sensei and Fujiwara Sensei for this invitation and for very nicely doing this project over the last 5 years. I also learned a lot today. Many of my colleagues summarized their country reports and also talked about the adoption of GTCE in the countries. I would like to bring the Indian perspective here, and I would like to talk from the side of India. So I think what Shinaya Sensei was also mentioning, digital divide is a major challenge in developing countries. So I have this figure which just plots the different states in India, which is equivalent to prefectures, and it shows the average internet density is around 69, which is say 20-25 points lower than G7 or developed countries. And many states with very high population is actually at 40-50%, which shows that even if we develop a curriculum, people don't really have access to internet. And even when they have access, the next major challenge is training teachers. We don't have enough teachers who can actually propagate this knowledge to the population of the size of India. So the first step should be that countries like India should invest a lot on infrastructure, trying to develop the infrastructure to embed digital equity as a core theme, while also wherever the capacity allows, simultaneously work on GTCE. And then the GTCE also should try to foster transdisciplinarity. And what I understand the difference between transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary is yes, mixing of different disciplines where say an engineering faculty member is collaborating with a social sciences faculty member. But again, this is my definition or what I understand from the literature. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And transdisciplinary is co-creation of knowledge with real stakeholders. So we collaborate with people working on the ground, be it policymakers, be it the teachers, and try to create knowledge with them, try to understand this local context, modify this syllabus based on the local context. And again, I want to touch upon a policy that there is in India, which is similar to the soft law concept that Shinaya Sensei talked about in the morning. So we have a education policy called National Education Policy, which talks about lifelong learning, integrating AI into school curriculum, similar to how we learn reading and math. They want to inculcate and introduce AI in school curriculums. But I think any such soft laws should have enough flexibility, especially for a country like India, because there is so much diversity. A centralized policy can limit growth. So there should be some allowance within that soft law so that local contexts, even if it's within a country, can be inculcated, incorporated, and added into the curriculum. And what I also feel is that, again, funding for these opportunities is a challenge, but collaborative labs or collaborative exercises between countries should be promoted. So can Indian university students have a joint lab with, say, American universities or Japanese universities, where they come together and try to think or discuss AI-based science tech policies of the future? So I'm not sure how we arrange for funding for such joint exercises, but GTC education won't be complete if we don't look into these diverse opinion, and the diverse opinion can again grow together if we have these joint labs or joint exercises. So that was just my brief suggestions, bringing in the perspective of India, where access to internet and access to AI technology is still a big dream, and we need to first of all work on infrastructure so that people have equal access, and side by side keep on working on global technological citizenship education. Thank you.
Let's start the new GTC. India.
Yeah, I think we should think towards that.
Okay. What about the second one?
These suggestions were before I heard the presentations today. So of course I also learned a lot. But I did not know the findings of the current study. So it was before I attended today's talk. But yes, these are some of the ideas from India's perspective. And just to add on to that, India, like Indonesia, I think is very fast to adopt. Given the limited facilities, people have jumped onto LLM models, people have been using all the fintech services, everything. So India is eager to do it, but again, the gap exists, and proper curriculum or educational infrastructure is not at the level of, say, a developed country.
Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Because on the globalized or international communication, the very much early stage of our project, GTC development, we have a plan to make dialectic this communication between the students between the different countries. For example, Japanese students with Indonesian students discuss together because the context is completely different. And maybe the taste and attitude also very much different. But technology itself is common. That's why we need to discuss the different students join together. But due to the time limitation and something, it's not realized yet. those initial original idea is just meet your opinion or a little bit different?
I think yes, but I was also thinking in terms of in-person joint exercise.
In person,
Yeah. So that might fasten the learning if they can actually sit across each other, talk, spend some time. For example, I don't think even if the technology is same, Indian students have never seen a autonomous vehicle. So even if some lecture is given, they might not be able to actually understand what AV is.
Yeah.
To honestly tell their opinion. But if they come to Japan and get on a AV, or if they go to US and get on a AV, their perception or the difference of pre and post score might be very different.
Of course. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Maybe nobody will go. Yes.
Yeah, I want to just add on comments. So, back the point Dr. Balungu mentioned. So, as you know, the Hofstede cultural index studied how different countries adopt new technology, such as information technology or advanced technology, such as the aircraft.
Yes.
Yeah, they're very common technology in the world, 60s, 70s, but the country base differently accepted it. And such as Boeing and Airbus aircraft all over the world, but the accident rate are different country by country. They the Gulf Hofstede figured out 6 different aspects, cultural aspects, such as individualism, collectivism. Okay, you mentioned individualism, so yeah, Japanese society going more and more individual society, but still maybe Indonesia or Korea, the collectivism society, or India, more diversified, but diversity sometimes promotes innovation, but sometimes impedes innovations too. But that's why, Professor Ujara Nakaya, I want to suggest to you, Gulf Hofstede already started his research in the 60s, 70s, how much different cultural background impact to the new technology adoptions. So we will approach these kind of things to the power distance. I mentioned already gender divide. Okay, the female accepts reluctantly new technology, but based on autonomous vehicles, based on my sensors. But he mentioned already masculinity and femininity also make differences. And then power distance also make differences. Individualism and collectivism make differences also. So, and then he developed his research from 60s to now he passed away, but his son continued this kind of research. So I think we are together, maybe different countries, different background, cultural background, how much different cultural background impact to new technology acceptance of adoptions. So those kind of things are very good point for further research.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, I have three points on this response.
Yeah.
First one is on the social activism and individualisms. I think the way I observe about the Gen Z generations right now, it's about collectivity, masquerade by anonymity. A lot of Gen Z right now doesn't use their real identity in social media. They want to keep it anonymous. Because I think the Gen Z generation face a lot more challenge and struggle. I think it affects our introvert strength. We first can ask about will you be confident to share it in SNS, but we can also add, will you feel more confident if you share it in SNS or social media if it is anonymous? And then we can compare whether if they are anonymous, they can have more confidence. Because it's not only about doing actions by yourself and as an individual, but if you want to do it in anonymity, it's also discussing about collectivity. A lot of young movement in different cities, they don't have their real name in the movement. They use anonymity there. And second point, it's about Farun's idea on having more discussions between different countries. I think that's very interesting. And we might also want to think different countries and different disciplines as well.
and also maybe different gender as well, so that we can have more inclusive perspective. And I was like also thinking perhaps the format, when we discuss about dialectic and discussions, maybe there is one format, but what about we can also think about doing it as a debate, social debate. Because if it's a discussion in Asian countries, we tend to agree to our, to our peer because we doesn't want to offend our peer. But if it's formatted as a debate, it will encourage students to find different perspective, to find contradictions to the current discussions. That's just what I have in mind. And then I agree that maybe we can have more in-person discussions or debate. And I was like wondering, perhaps we can, I don't know, planning something about GTC Youth Forum or GTC, how to say, People Forum, where this kind of format and dialogue can be manifested. And then, yeah, the last one is from Dr. Hong's on gender. I really like that idea. It reminds me of a book, Invisible Women. And in that book, really discuss how in urban design, in technological design, a lot of women perspective and women experience are being hidden. And that creates a technology that somehow undermines the struggle and live reality faced by women. I think in that sense, I was wondering perhaps if we can somewhat design the GTC to do the contrary from invisible to become visible women. How can we design GTCE to make the women matters and visible in bringing this literacy about technology citizenship?
Okay, thank you. Good. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So this discussions was actually happened in the previous last year's symposium, international symposium, in my symposium, the peace education symposium. So that time, the topics is diversifications of peace education and systematizations. So I think this discussion same as that, because the peace education same as a global citizenship education. So regarding the gender issues, and as Hon Sensei said, that should we create the country-based curriculum or not? And we should consider the gender differences and disparities in local and urban areas, and also the religions, ethics also different. So that is a diversification. And as Son Sensei said, we need to create a data bank. So what kind of types people can increase the agency, human agencies? So in our field, the peace education field, we try to improve the transformative agency. That is the same as a global citizenship, transformative agency. And there are 4 components to improve the transformative agencies. One is sustained agencies, and the second is relational agencies. The third is a relational agency and strategic agencies. So who engage the demonstration in the society is strategic agencies. But if everybody do action demonstration in the street, the society will be chaos. So we need to have the components to sustain and relational agencies. So how we can strengthen which agencies to create the transformative agencies. So if we have a big data in our data bank, if we can create, so maybe there are some tendencies. Girls, women have this kind of the mindset, men have this kind of mindset, or Muslim and Christian Buddhism or collectivism or individualism have this kind of tendencies. But in one class, how we can teach it or how we can improve our discussion is very difficult. So we can use as a data bank. So we can show so far. So there are some tendencies or phenomena among the city peoples or the rural areas peoples tend to think this way. And their agency type is relational agencies, so we need to emphasize the strategic agencies first. So maybe we can step by step put many data to the bank and you try some data, show the tendencies, and maybe student you try this kind of data in the discussion part. So that is my idea so far. Thank you.
So, well, first of all, I agree with your point, and I will love to contribute to the data bank case. But I feel like, there are some, difference in objective. What I mean is that, for example, in this meeting, I'm in logistics, smart logistics department and transportation and business. So we are, in fact, I am interested in teaching students how to develop technology or business model considering this aspect. So actually, in fact, I'm not interested in voicing up or sharing any ideas on SNS. I'm not interested in activism or peace because we are looking at talent who will develop the technology in developed countries. So our students will make business startup or they will go to some big companies and they will export the technology or business model to other countries. So when they are developing or they are exporting their technology or service to the foreign countries, my objective is to teach them, okay, you need to look at this diverse background aspect. So you need to be very cautious or so that's my point. So actually I've never been looking at sharing something on SNS. Why do we need to do that? Okay, so wishing why is this related to kind of activism? So we have different understanding, and in this environment, Dr. Shinya Nakaya education or ethical things very important, but we may have different objective and perspective. Okay, so still, this is very good because I understand your point of view, and also it looks like we need to look at this aspect as well in our business model and technology related costs. So this is very fantastic opportunity for us to collaborate. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes, of course.
This is a debate.
Yeah,
So this is a model for the students. So the one side try to develop the technology more and more and connect to the economic business and more. But students currently have enough information to select which technology is not risky or
Yes, so for example, when it comes to GTC, the citizenship, the citizen itself, what I actually thinking about it is that, okay, this citizen is the developer of technology. That's my assumption. But definitely there are users of the technology, right? So GTC includes, the developer and the user at the same time.
Yeah.
So it means that, we need to look at these different roles. So if we deliver this class to developer, or if we deliver this one to the user, maybe we have different perspective and different materials. For example, developers, they already quite familiar with the technology. However, the users definitely not, right? So maybe later we need to have more enhanced version. In the case, GTC for users and the GTC for developers. So we need to have different separate programs.
Okay.
Is there? So I just want to know, Professor Shinya's perspective because he was kind of developer and engineer in the beginning, right? And then now he's the policy maker. And then you also look at user's perspective, right?
totally different, I guess.
Thank you very much. Anyway, that's yeah. I think that I would say two things here. It's part is about education, so that's so education is a very big important platform to the change of student attitude and perspectives. And so for the perspective, so that's how we encourage exchange the student expertise beyond the faculties, right? However, that's at least in Japan, maybe that I guess that other countries' context also is true. There's a separation between the faculties, and there's a so big walls between the faculties, and there's a no common penetrating curriculum. So it's just my opinion, but it's how to say prevent to cultivate the student capacity and competency to think the broadly and broader and with considering things with both perspective in the technology and social impacts, right? So that it's kind of trying, I think. So that how to so that I noticed the CE program and also that took the songs and the trial in the university is to try to how to overcome such kind of wall and limitations. So anyway, so we need to design or curriculum go beyond such kind of wall of the faculty everything anyway. And the second thing is I now that join this talk and I now thinking about seriously about how we overcome the structural difficulty to speak. And particularly considering the intersectional effect. So, for example, that for the Indonesian cases, that there are several disparities between the rural and urban areas, and also the Dr. Hong pointed out the gender issue, so the disparity between the male and female, and of course, that the such kind of effect is enhanced by combination by genders, areas, and mentioned, and of course, the more global context between global south and global north, and so on. So that's how we overcome such kind of intersectional effects to the speak difficulties to speak. So, and also this point can be that I think that point can be connected to the Dr. Saito's comment, so that we learn a lot to unspoken, right? So and I just my opinion that in Japanese context is that in this last 30 years that we Japanese so learn rather terrible virtue of unspoken. Yeah. Right? So, however, that we need to go beyond such kind of terrible virtue unspoken to say something about the tech and society, right? So, and it's also that the education should encourage such kind of student, should encourage students to speak something about tech and society, right? And so that's also in this meaning that GTCE, so and the no abbreviation that's the global technology citizenship education, so and it's the kind of big challenge to the encourage to speak as students to speak.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to add some more sort of the points by referring to two booklets. I learned much about the student activism in Southeast Asia from these two books and more. These are the very short booklets, so easy to read and you can download freely. And one of them is the book by the Tapsel, and then he refers to the situation in Southeast Asia like this. The more sort of authoritarian regimes are coming back. So the people are likely to go back to the sort of the closed digital community to enjoy the conversations. So he actually refers to an importance to strengthen the anthropological or ethnographic work in those closed digital society, digital communities regarding the political discourses. So, which also suggests, back to our conversation, the Gen Z issues, as the Dr. Yuana mentioned. How much comfortable would be the key? How comfortably they can secure the security, or say the sense of security would be very much important. So they may start the conversation with known people rather than unknown. That might be the first step for them to freely converse about what they think. They do not necessarily have to jump on the open spaces from the right beginning. The second one is the book by the Dr. Ian, the Beyond Slacktivism. And then actually, we have the same name, same title of another book, but well, this is wonderful book as well. And then she compared the Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. And then noting the political potential for digital efforts to influence the real world action. Well, I'm not necessarily saying that students have to go out and agitate. No, I don't say that. But we can see the sort of the trends here. The Indonesian and Filipino students are more likely to join the public demonstrations about the social issues. And the Malaysian and Thai students are joining offline the petitions. And then if the issues would become cross-group matters, like corruption, the students are likely to be in offline activities. So the point here would be whether the technological matter, global technological matters, would be the cross-group issues or not. So once again, I'm not agitating anyone, but how much do the people consider or notify, conceptualize the technological matters? To what degree, in what sense? This would be the kind of the question that we may address through the research and then interacting with the real students. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you. Can I add?
Yes,
a quick
yeah,
point?
sure.
Regarding Professor Sato's, I think the department is and I think if you somewhere in between, both groups have to give up on some ideas and try to meet somewhere in between. So maybe activism can be a very strong idea for engineering faculty members. But if we define some key performance indicators for the curriculum, that okay, this curriculum should measure these KPIs and review it periodically, because technology is very uncertain. So say we meet every year or every 2 years to review these KPIs and then try to modify the curriculum regularly. That could be a good, again, in my opinion, could be a good starting point to just meet somewhere in between these different faculties.
Yes, sir.
Yes, very short one, yeah. I think I remember when my class in responsible research innovations, it's about mixed lab, and the idea of mixed lab is to have people from different discipline in one rooms, and I think that's very much what I envision when we discuss about GTCE. So again, why discussing about activism matters, but in the other hand, discussing about developing technology matters, is not only to encourage students to do activism, but it's about exposing students to different perspectives. I think what the questions I have in mind is that if we want to educate future CEOs of technology company, for example, what kind of CEOs that we want, what kind of mindset of the CEO that we want? Do we want a CEO that is trapped in his echo chamber, thinking that these technology are deterministic, innovations are the only one that matters, or do we want a CEO with a mindset that embrace the GTCE, embrace dialectic discussions in his mindset? I think that's
Almost come up with the conclusion.
But I still, no, due to the time. Yeah, okay. I still feel there's something different than what. Yeah, we have always debate between the natural science and social science, or the cause or victim. In case of autonomous vehicle, developer is kind of the cause. The user is a kind of victim. There's one story of them. The students discuss a lot about that. But then I'm belonging to the group of developer. Yeah? The cause. But I also a member of users. Sometimes I belong to the cause. Sometimes I belong to the victim. Then, but people tend to separate the fixed group. You are this member, you are this member. This is one of the limitations to conduct these kind of TTCE. I always feel about that. One of the discussion with Nakaya, we already discuss about that. Yeah, I am an engineer, but also I am a member of users in the social science. Then those kind of discussion points is one of the limitations we did not solve yet in the GTC. No answer. That is my program.
Yeah, I say something, and yeah, that is very great point, I think, because that how to cultivate marginal mass to develop education is their important mission of the education, right? So, and it also the connected can how we can go beyond the wall between the faculties, right? So, and because that yeah, student and also including me and the student and this professors feel comfortable in the comfortable zone in the faculty wall, inside the wall. So that we need to become the marginal mass, so because that go beyond the wall and to think about the both perspectives of science and society, right? So that yeah, I would like to ask much more about this program, the GTGE program, so that how to become the Suja Sensei and the Naga Sensei become the marginal mass, marginal patterns, and drive this program.
Also, okay, Nakaya-san, do you have comment?
Again, the business development student, economic students want to earn, right? But what is the final goal of the business? So I think you also teach about a kind of citizenship education, right? So business course and business classes also teach about it. And engineers class also, he already emphasized teach the ethics for the engineer students. So if they can share the common goal for both, we can overcome the differences and we can overcome the high wall. So most important thing is they need to feel the cosmopolitanism or planetarianism or global citizenship. It is the first most important things to overcome. And again, as Saito sensei always emphasized the student-centered learning. So students, the individuality, individual person's experience and background is very, very important. Even engineer students, some students said to me, because they have a disability relatives and they have elder people, and because they don't want to have a responsibility. And one student said very interesting things, because I don't want to get any more responsibility in engineering development. I don't want to create, I don't want to touch the bottom speaker development. I want to do the game. I want to develop the game, the peaceful game. So some people say like that. So we should discuss more and we should know each person's background in their thoughts. So we cannot categorize they are philosophy persons, they are the engineer, they are the business, but human is more complex.
May I just very quickly? Thank you so much indeed for talking about the identity issues. According to the Citizen, okay, so. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Okay. So thank you for mentioning about the identities. Identity issues could be directly ethical matters as well. So who am I? What should I do as a person that I want to be or I want to be like? So according to Kasdan and the Inagaki and Sato, they categorize the three aspects of the learning. The first one is cognitive, second one is social, and third one is ethical. And then ethical, once again, ethical aspect means the identities matters. So the 2 points. The first one is perhaps they can swap the positions regardless of whatever the background they have. That would be one of the trials that you can make. Second one is, so again, who do I want to be? Of course, there wouldn't be the direct immediate answers. They may, but they would experience that sort of the challenge by swapping the positions or changing the positions. They may have the new perspectives and so forth. This would be, it's by itself meaningful experience. So that kind of challenge can be provided to the students through the GTCE. Thank you.
Well, our university international from here, we have about disciplinary for other students. The goal is to teach students sustainable development. So under this program, well, we have humanities, business, engineering all together. So, well, actually, I'm one of the member of the program. So actually, I told them, we have this GTC program, but at that time, I didn't realize this is interdisciplinary one. But today I realized that, wow, this is really multidisciplinary. Okay. So even though I'm one of the members of the interdisciplinary grant programs, but yes, we need to have this kind of discussion together, and we need to build up data banks from different perspectives. Then we can give students opportunities to think about different aspects, different perspective. So there might be lessons learned today, at least for me. Thank you for your discussion.
Thank you very much. I want to add one more comment. So we discussed about the development of the new technologies of autonomous vehicles. But recently, we don't discuss about the internal combustion engines techniques for traditional cars. So maybe further in the near future, we didn't discuss about the development of the technology of autonomous vehicles. We will discuss users perspective. The users perspective, the providers and consumers. Basically, there are two models exist in autonomous vehicles: Tesla models and Waymo model. Tesla. The service producer, providers, and consumers are safe. Once you own the Tesla's car, you can share your car with the public. But Waymo model is different, like a taxi. The companies who provide services, consumers consume. But which business will succeed in the future? I think a Tesla model will be succeed because Tesla, everybody have your own car, but if you do not use your car, you can use your car as a like a taxi, ride sharing, those kind of things. So that's why we do not distinguish two different sides. It is service providers and service consumers. But we are under the era of the prosumers era. So once you are producers, the other day you will be a consumer. So if we access prosumers perspective, I think it is a totally different perspective view. So there is ethical, we discussed LC this morning, all of these issues
it's a kind of prosumer issues, not a one-side issues. So that's why we do not have distinct two different sides, producers, consumers. So already okay. I think I will bet Tesla model will succeed, for the autonomous speakers, the technology. So this is my comment.
Okay, maybe we have another 20 minutes, so we'll move to another issues. Do you have any issues you want to talk? No? Okay, let me talk one issues. As you know, we accumulate a lot of experiences about the GTCE, not only in Japan, but also others. Then, in future, I'm very much wondering who will continue this project and how we can make a sustainable way to continue of this. And there are a lot of hints from this today's talk, but I didn't conclude myself yet. Then one of unclear point for me yet is the time scale. At the beginning of the GTCE discussion with Nagaya sensei, I personally discussed about that, not autonomous people. That was the AI singularity. The autonomous vehicle is a kind of goods. That it's okay, easy to discuss about who will get the benefit, who will get a loss. This is there is thesis and antithesis. That is easy. That's why we ask them to discuss. But regards on the singularity, this is a long-term and reversible event. Once we happen, we can't stop. And also, we can't return the same previous place. Then takes long time. So finally, human being will perish. Those kind of risks existing. In this scale, long-term scale is completely different on the short-term scale in the autonomous vehicle utilization. Then maybe we need to separate the GTC approach in short-term discussion point and long-term discussion impact. Then at the beginning, in the GTCE class, I want to talk about the singularity or AR, not autonomous vehicle. But it's difficult for me to collect a lot of knowledge information to provide the students. Autonomous vehicle is easy to me to provide a lot of information up to date. That's why we took. Right? For the long-term decision made, Indonesian people, Japanese people, Korean people, United States people should have a common goal, common outcome. In short term, it's okay. We should consider the goal depend on the context, current context. It's okay within 5 years, 10 years. But long-term decision made, we need to share as a representative of the human being. We need to share the common goal, common approach. That in this case, I think back to the previous talk, I recognize, I understand we need to discuss about a lot of context-based discussion. Gender issues or age issues, country, there are a lot of difficulty. It's okay, but in nature, we need to discuss more important issue that is a human being issue. Then, I'd like to stop this one. So what do you think about this?
maybe this GTCE may face a lot of limitation and problem. I think this is a tough question to answer, but I'll attempt. I think, as you said, singularity would take time and a lot of changes are going to happen. And to be very honest, it's very uncertain. But can the curriculum be designed in a way that students are motivated to face with this uncertainty? So if they have to upskill, say with a new tool or a new set of knowledge, can they quickly change? There should not be any resistance to learn a new tool or a new method. Can such a training be given to students so that they are prepared for these uncertainty? So just a very simple example now, in our university, even social sciences students are getting trained in Python so that they know at least the tools that will be used, some simple visualization, some simple modeling they can do. So similarly, this is a very simple example. These things will become bigger and will have a lot of implications on job, economy. So how do we prepare students to just not be afraid of the changes and always be ready to adapt? I think I don't know how to do it, but this could be the central question.
This would be also related back to the speech given by the Professor Shineha in the morning. As a matter of the GTC, not necessarily GTCE, as I think it's a matter of the building up the soft law, the guidelines, and then GTCE can play a role to prepare the foundational skills and opportunities for the students to grow as the citizens to participate in the process of making soft laws. The issue would be whether the student can think, if I can relate back to the Professor Gane's the remarks. Sorry. Whether the student can think that they would manage the issues, not only just confront with the issue, uncertainty. Whether they can be confident to jump in and have a discussion with various partners in the society, and they would have the confidence about their positioning and ideas. And that would be the question that the GTCE should address.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Waiting.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just have a fundamental question about the technology itself, because we talk about the gaps between each country and also each schools. Like, well, are we only relying the technology only with the gadget innovation and also digital technology or not? I think the technology itself can be adapted into many things, such as not only for like tools and infrastructure, but also the social institution. I think this kind of GTCE can be more flexible to face this kind of like the technology, because every countries, every school, every institution have their own timeline to adapt the technology. Like in Indonesia, we just begin to adapt the electric vehicle. In Japan, it's maybe 50 or 30 years ago. So I think the technology itself is not only about the ICT, but also the social aspect of the society can be as the technology itself. Thank you.
Yeah, Fiona?
Yes, I was spacing out to wonder about the common goals. And I think from our discussions, I was considering perhaps if we can, the way I see or envision GTC is how can we make the technology for humanity? Because when I was spacing out, I imagined we have a lot of digital innovations that is dehumanizing us.
let's say, nuclear weapons, killer robots, lots of, this is a very, hard engineer knowledge there, but the purpose of the technology is to dehumanizing. So I think that's something that common goal. How can we, encourage technology for humanity, including when we discuss about artificial intelligence, for example, the visions of or the imaginary of artificial general intelligence, for example, maybe the biggest question is this AGI are going to dehumanize or humanizing our world, for example?
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
Yunita, do you want to talk?
No.
No.
I agree with.
Yeah. Tom, Vice President. So actually, it's a very difficult question related to the technology and also the society. Because of the developing of the technology also maybe affect to the society. And I think that we difficult to say or to sit together. I also face as a problem when we have two faculty. We want to do some kind of the what they say collaborate together to make something new. Because when I see that in some aspect the society have very good how can I say idea to create something, but the technology thinking different way. So they are, how can I say, look like not say in the same word, in the same thing. So they are not thinking that to be honest, they are not adapt with that. Someone say that thing, but they not listen. They think a different way. So that is the most difficult one. But in the IT, we have the solution. We call the business analytic. So some kind of middle person who understand both sides. And okay, they try to make the collaboration between two of them. And then make something based on the KPI, for example, requirement KPI, and then put them together to work. So that is one of the solutions. And the second one, the technologies will be destroy the human in the future. Yes, I think so. Because in the, how can I say, the developing of the technologies, something is helpful for the people, but something is opposite side. So basically, I think that we need to have the very good education in the beginning for the people, especially for the technology people, because when they are well educated, so they just follow the well-being. So it's some kind of hard, but I think that it is the only way to reduce the effect of the technology for the society. But I don't know, what do you think about that? Yeah.
Thank you. One small addition to both Dr. Yuan and Dr. Song's comment. So I just think there is one important aspect of capital when we are talking about technology and singularity. The way capital is functioning is that they are not thinking about societal problems, or they are just investing in technologies which are scalable and which are profitable. So naturally, capital is going to be allocated for that particular goal. So how can a curriculum be aligned in a way so that we challenge such big things where actually the money is going to development of technology just for profit? This is a very major challenge which I think needs to be addressed at a global level, not just say one curriculum, but adoption of this curriculum across country, across students, to have that larger impact.
I want some comments. So, yeah, you mentioned dehumanize. Okay, that's what we need the LC. So that is now mentioned basic words, very it's no abbreviation, interesting LC. Okay, so. But the important one in here, so not for dehumanize, because everybody why we discuss now. That is why to protect to avoid the dehumanized use of the advanced technology. But important one is, as you mentioned, the capital. Okay, so the technology is concentrated to some country or some company, such as now Elon Musk, huge technology concentrated to one company. So then the company, how the company will use, okay, in good or bad. We don't know because he take everything, the technology dominate, and then he monopolize everything. Okay, so but I think it is more problem than the dehumanization of the technology. So in the United States, so take a look at Donald Trump, how he behave right now. Okay, so he think he has the power, so that's what he want to use. Okay, his power and don't care. Okay, but Elon Musk and then certain people who dominate and monopolize the technology. I don't know how he use the technology. Okay, so I think it is more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have? Yes, please.
Yeah. Back to the class goal again. So, the Fujaro Sensei asked us, so who will continue this project and how we think about the long-term project goal or short-term. I think my answer is all of us continue, don't worry. So my students, your students will continue this project. So no problem at all. And long-term common goal also same, short-term also same. Global technological citizenship education. That is again, may I repeat again? Participating in society as a member of global community. Not only consumer, user, engineers and businessmen, but also big company people also participate as a member of the community and with an ethical sense of flying away. So this is a part of the soft law. So with the soft law, we can realize an ethical sense to find a way to reconcile the expectations and concerns about technology. So dehumanization is included here, and the ability to derive the appropriate way, so same, for technology and humankind coexist. So we didn't mention anything here, almost because every kind of technology are included. So we can change any time. And if we overcome the autonomous vehicles matters, we can change. Now also we can change the topics. Because if we can share this common goal, we can utilize this goal of the classes in 50 years. The same things. We don't need to change this concept. Everywhere we can utilize this concept and goal of the GTCA. And take global citizenship education. There are a lot of various kind of the global citizenship educations. But so far we have a more philosophical sense or ideological sense or political sense. We utilize a global citizenship education and global environmental citizenship education also existed. But I have never seen the global technological citizenship education so far. So we need to emphasize this through our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe maybe. Then finally, I would like to invite the Susan-san once again to comprehensive.
Okay, then I would like to say something. Anyway, that's also that's Fujita Sensei's mentioned lastly that about the main program and indication about the GT and GE. However, I think it seems already that there is one show their proof of success. Because the one that we are how the show is the students just to speak something about it, right? And based on according to the like I said talk is there the out discourse already found and about the student narratives concerning the technology society and also technology stewardship and so on. It also shows there somehow proof of success of the class. And so that this is of course that this is not only for the global technology student education, but also the common educational aims is to encourage to students to speak something. However, that at least that this program show this proof already. So that of course I know this program is ongoing project and try to go beyond much more and try to cultivate the student capability to and in the current technology era. So, however, that's I think and today I very enjoyed and learn a lot from their fruit and their success of these programs and global technology education program. So then, thank you very much for inviting me today, and I very enjoy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close this panel discussion session. Thank you very much for your very thought-provoking talk and discussion. It was one of my memorial. Thank you very much.
Then finally, we'd like to invite Dr. Fujiwara again to deliver the closing address.
Yeah, well, I finished.
Oh, you have it. So then, can we?
Let's close.
With this, we conclude one-day seminar, Global Technological Citizenship Education. Thank you for attending today, and please have a safe journey home. We appreciate your participation today. Thank you very much.
No. You need some online.
Why silent? That's all in this stuff.
But more. Yeah, they're coming.
Why keep it 60?
It's very centered with two various language. You said every year. Oh, so